Paul's office in charge of doing all the work and stuff like that. Make sure it's all turned out, all stuff like that. Holy shit. So that's a lot of typing. Really stressed out. I always wonder why they're going to stress out something about bummed out or something like that. What I hate doing is sometimes when we do like some live on something like that, or we do something like that, I'm like, oh, here we go. He's nitpicking, man. So today they're just voting the bills today. Yeah. Right. So we're looking for? Yeah. And this goes on for after a month. How much is it open? Session. Right, okay. You okay? What's your Thursday? Have you done your card practice? Okay. Oh, gotcha. So every Wednesday, Thursday till June, basically. The end of June? So Dave Lundgren is
Members, take your seats. We need to get going. Members, take your seats. We need to get going. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves that the House adjourn from the session of March 23rd, 2023. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by the member from Manchester, Representative Nicole Leapley, Second Vice President of the Board of Directors for the Temple Adith Yeshurim in Manchester.
Good morning. Reminds us of our exodus from Egypt and the beginning of a 40-year trek to the Promised Land. The former slaves needed leadership, innovation, and community in order to make the journey from slavery to freedom. Our state needs the same gifts. We need talented leaders blessed with vision, who are able to look at challenges and come up with creative solutions. We need new ways of seeing and solving our problems, both old and new, as our society continues to change, grow, and respond to the 21st century. We need each other to move forward. We need to listen to one another and work together with those with whom we agree, as well as those with whom we disagree. Together for the general good of the Granite State. Our House is made up of talented people who give of our time to lead, who care deeply about helping New Hampshire face and overcome difficulties. People who want to join hands together for the common benefit of the whole community. May we be blessed with patience, with compassion, with the energy to do what needs to be done, and the abilities to work together productively. May we have the vision and dedication to serve and lead our state. And together, let us say amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Litchfield, Representative Rich Lascelles, who will lead us in a pledge of allegiance. The chair now recognizes a member from Lincoln, Representative Jerry Stringham, and his brother Peter of Newcastle, who will now sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence,
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, represented.
unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Denise Bolton and Claire Peters, wife and granddaughter of Representative Bolton, Stephanie and Cole Cody, guests of Representative Sheehan, Kara Dunn and Brian Crowley, wife and guest of Representative Dunn, Stephen Toth, guest of Representative Malloy, Kevin and Connie Osner, parents of Representative Lloyd, Mark Plamondon and Julian Sutcliffe, guest of Representative Tulersky, John Cole, father of Representative Cole, Sanjay Gowda, guest of Representative Manjaputi, and elementary students from Green Valley School, guests of Representative Seaworth and Schuett. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. Chair recognizes the clerk. Members will be in their seats. I'm ready. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, accompanied by the Consul General of India in New York, Mr. Randhir Jaiswal, the House now welcomes the Indian Ambassador to the United States of America, Taranjit Singh Sandhu, who will now address the House of Representatives.
It is an honor to have the Indian Ambassador, Sandhu, visit us today in the spirit of diplomacy and friendship. We also welcome General Counsel of India, Jaiswal. Ambassador Sandhu, in his distinguished career spanning more than 30 years in the Indian Foreign Service, started his diplomatic career in the former Soviet Union, Russia, then moved on to a new embassy in Ukraine. He is one of the most experienced Indian diplomats in U.S. affairs. An extensive resume includes service in the Indian Mission in Washington, D.C. as First Secretary at the Embassy of India, work in the Permanent Mission of India to the United Nations, Consul General of India in Frankfurt, Joint Secretary, United Nations and Administration, Officer on Special Duty with the Ministry of External Affairs. Taking his charge as ambassador to the United States in February of 2020, Ambassador Sandhu has made it his priority to strengthen our partnership through extensive outreach efforts driven by our shared values. I'm looking forward to forging a successful path forward with the ambassador and continuing the good work that has been accomplished so far. I now invite Ambassador Sandhu to say a few words.
Thank you. Speaker of the House, Sherman Packard, Senate President Jeb Bradley, State Representatives, Senators in attendance, Consul General Randhir Jaiswal, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar, good morning. It is indeed my honor to address this august House. I bring with me greetings of 1.4 billion people of India. Let me thank the Honorable Speaker, the elected representatives, and through you, the people of the Granite State, for this opportunity. It is indeed a reflection of the respect that you have for the government and the people of India. I know New Hampshire is getting busy with the presidential aspirants flocking, and I'm told that the House schedule was advanced today to accommodate my address. So this occasion is indeed special for me. And ambassadors are notorious for long speeches, but let me assure you that I have a finite end. Yesterday, I had the privilege to tour this historic building and interact with the executive and the legislative leadership of the state. Two things were striking to me. First, the weight of history that this location carries. And second, the infectious passion that each of you have to work selflessly for the state. Ladies and gentlemen, from New Delhi to New Hampshire, there are several threads that bind us together. From the world's largest democracy to the largest state assembly in the United States, we are guided by the same values and the vision. We, the people. As I stand in this temple of democracy, steeped in people's hopes and aspirations, I am even more convinced of the strength of our shared beliefs, our deep-rooted friendships, and partnership. We continue to draw inspiration from our shared legacy. Last year, India celebrated 75 years of its independence. As one of the earliest states to declare independence from Great Britain, you would appreciate that we equally cherish and nourish the hard-won freedom. Honorable Speaker, knowledge and spirit of inquiry have always been a constant between India and the New England region. Back in the 18th century, as the bugle of independence filled the air in New Hampshire, so did the urge of scholars to understand the philosophy of India. Soon, along with trade and merchandise from India, a cargo of knowledge and ancient text arrived on the shores of Portsmouth. The traffic in rivers was equally impressive. Travelers and scholars from New England, Mark Twain and John Higgins, headed east, enriching our mutual engagement. Fast forward to the present day, Indian students comprise the largest cohort of international scholars in the United States. And of those, many choose universities and institutions in New Hampshire. When our students seek education in Dartmouth, or when a scholar from South New Hampshire University pursues Fulbright scholarship in India, we create a lasting friendship between our peoples. Ladies and gentlemen, India-United States ties, be it in the field of defense, renewable energy, education, health, technology, innovation, or startups, are gathering steam and strength, thanks also to the entrepreneurs in Concord, Manchester, and Nashua. The Indian pharma industry accounts for the supply of 40% of all generic medicines in the United States. Solar energy projects, waste to wealth innovations, and circular economy models are bringing new actors in the India-New Hampshire space. I am told that New Hampshire was the first state in the United States to introduce LED traffic lights. I'm happy to share with you today that India runs the world's largest zero-subsidy domestic lighting program, affordable LED for all, Ujala. We both believe in bringing light to the world, and that too efficiently. New Hampshire sent the first American to space. As a spacefaring nation, India is proud of its missions to Moon and Mars. Today, NASA is collaborating with our space research organization ISRO on a synthetic aperture radar that can help monitor climate change. NASA will soon train our next astronaut. Honorable Speaker and representatives, our leaders, President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, characterize India-US ties as partnership for global good. Our people call it the most defining relationship of 21st century. Our partnership within the Quad, IPEF, and I2U2 frameworks is creating progress and prosperity for the world at large. As trusted global partners, we are working to address pressing challenges of our times. How do we de-risk the global supply chain? How do we navigate the world of critical and emerging technologies? How do we effectively respond to climate change? How do we grapple with terrorism and threats from the cyber domain? How do we deal with health security and future pandemics? These solutions to complex questions would involve combining American technology with Indian talent and the US strength to innovate and India's ability to scale. The good news is that some of this is already happening. American companies are manufacturing more in India than before. India and the United States have launched a historic initiative on critical and emerging technologies, the technologies that are driving tomorrow's world yesterday. Semiconductors, artificial intelligence, telecom, and quantum. We have active vaccine and medicine collaborations such as the Corbavax that are more affordable and accessible. Our partnership is not just for the well-being of our peoples, but for the global good. The Indian diaspora has been a vibrant and strong bridge connecting our two great nations. Let me give you just one example. The Bretton Woods twins, IMF and World Bank, were born here in New Hampshire at the Mount Washington Hotel, and here we are when the World Bank is soon going to be headed by a proud Indian American. And the number 2 in IMF is already an Indian American. Honorable Speaker and members, the massive transformation underway in India, politically, socially, and economically, is an important enabler in deepening India's ties with the United States. Today, India has the second woman president in our independent history. She is also the first who belongs to the indigenous community. It is not just a glass ceiling which is broken. It is a reflection of what Father of my nation, Mahatma Gandhi, said, "My life is my message." India stands today as a beacon of stability amidst geopolitical uncertainties and usherer of global economic growth, a solution provider to some of the more complex challenges of our times, and a consensus builder in times of conflict and rising tensions. India remains interesting, important, and incredible. Be it the world's largest biometric program, Aadhaar, or world's largest financial inclusion program, Jan Dhan Yojana, or world's largest health protection mission, Ayushman Bharat, India has actively used technology as a tool for good governance. Today, 40% of world's digital payments come from India. We have more than 80,000 startups, out of which 115 of them are unicorns. Our rural internet users, 340 million, outnumber urban users, 290 million. IMS has forecast 15% of global growth this year would come from India. India is an ancient civilization, but a young nation. 50% of the population, that is out of 1.4 billion people, is below 26 years. India's talent can be a game changer for innovation and research for the world. We bring to table our strengths and successes, and we are always ready to share it with the world, from vaccines to disaster relief, to our digital public goods, to our skills. During the pandemic, we supplied vaccines to over 100 countries. When disaster struck in Turkey, we were the first country to send a humanitarian mission. As India leads G20 this year, with motto of One Earth, One Family, One Future, our approach to global good will resonate far and wide. Honorable Speaker and representatives, as Prime Minister Modi said, much of the India that we dream of lies ahead of us. It is only a journey we have started. We look towards our friends like the United States to join us in our journey ahead. So no doubt our task is cut out. As the poet laureate from New Hampshire, Robert Frost said, "The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep." Let us strive and thrive together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. We'd like to present this plaque to you in appreciation for your outreach efforts and continued friendship from the General Court of New Hampshire. Our Senate colleagues can now leave, unless you want to stay here and vote with us. The House will attend to a communication.
Mr. Speaker, in a letter dated April 1st, 2023, Mr. Clerk, I regretfully write you this letter today to notify you of my resignation from the New Hampshire House. On Monday, March 27th, I sustained several blunt force traumas to the head at my job as a security officer at Dartmouth Health and spent much of the evening and early morning in the trauma bay. Not only have I sustained a concussion and as a consequence, but neurologists believe that an aneurysm has developed in a critical brain artery. Further testing is needed and potential surgery is keeping me out of work, but doctors are recommending that I limit stress in the meantime. Not only that, I can feel some wires up there are loose, as since Monday my emotions have been all over the place, from being able to joke about it to sobbing within seconds with seemingly no through line. The headaches aren't helping. As such, I have to step away. It has been an honor to know you over the years, but I must now focus on ensuring whatever is in my brain, yes, there was in fact a brain in there this entire time, does not rupture. To my colleagues in the Democratic Caucus, serving as your deputy floor leader has been unparalleled joy. Carry on the good work. Please share the following with the Republican floor leader. Morty, I turned myself into a civilian again, Morty. I'm Citizen Rick. I hope that someday I can come join you again. As Frosty the Snowman once said, he waved goodbye, saying, "Don't you cry, I'll be back again someday." All the best, Josh Adjutant.
Resignation is accepted with regret. House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Finance, House Bill 269, removed by Representatives Aaron, Shurtleff, McCarter, Tom Mannion, Santanastaso, Hines, Granger, Popovici-Mueller, Filialt, and Nodder. From the Committee on Ways and Means, House Bill 445, removed by Representatives Simon, Hebert, Gerhard, Fitzpatrick, Carol Maguire, Fred Davis, Sorois, Grota, Shurtleff, and Santanastaso.
Are there any other bills removed from the consent calendar? Representative Osborne moves the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Consent calendar is adopted. House will now attend to the regular calendar. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 2 FNA Local, an act relative to state fees, funds, revenues, and expenditures. Having considered the same, report the same. The following amendment, the recommendation of bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ken Weiler from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mary Jane Wallner from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1247H, printed in House Record 18, pages 1 through 82. Chair recognizes Representative Hall.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill before us sets out our plan for the next 2 years. The bill before us can either make us off as a better state or a worse state. For those that were here when the budget briefing happened, we were handed a document. I hope you guys read it. That's this document for those who saw it. There are copies in the back that were left over. This document lays out two important things about the budget that I want to highlight. Talks about our spending. And on page 2, in a very nice pie chart, it describes our spending as $3.957 billion in the general funds. Several pages after that, it points out our revenue for general funds. That's $3.73 billion, a shortage of $220 million. In my household, we don't choose to spend more than we take in, because that leads to things like bankruptcy. That's not good fiscal policy. Our state benefited because we had revenues that were above projections, because we had cut certain taxes, the economy was doing well, the last legislature underestimated revenues. And with all of that, we ended up with a significant balance, approximately $800 million in additional revenue. The last legislature, and even some of the bills this year, used that in wise ways. But it did, in fact, we can't count on all of that to prop us up. Our spending needs to be below our revenues. Anything short of that is being fiscally irresponsible. As a member of finance, I had a decision to make. I could have voted nay on the ought to pass motion. I chose not to show up that day and ask for a substitute. I did that to respect my party. But I did want to point out that there are, in fact, an enormous amount of spending in this budget. It grows over the last budget 18.2% in terms of new spending. And that is not something that is fiscally responsible. I would ask that you would oppose the committee amendment so that we can bring up another amendment that puts us in line with the rate of inflation and population growth. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in a special place. When the governor gives me a proposal, I don't call it the governor's budget, I call it the governor's input. For convenience, I label them HB1 and HB2. And then we go and change them because this is where the budget is created. That's what the Constitution says. What we do is the budget. What everybody else does are changes. So, we have looked at a comparison now between, let me explain things I just think I heard, of why in this thing with the pie charts you have had handed out, there's a difference between page 2, which is the money that will be appropriated and spent, and page 5, which is what we expect to take in the next 2 years. So there's a difference of a couple $100 million. But remember, we expect all our agencies not to spend everything. They should lapse some money. And now that lapse comes into page 2. That's the extra $200 million. That's why that gives us more money to spend than what the revenue estimates will be going forward. So we're a very closely divided House. So we believe we've put things in this budget to please both sides. And you'll hear about that in the future. So we want to expedite the retirement of the interest and dividends tax. And there's also some big pay increases. Now, when we compare the budget 24-25 to what 22-23 passed 2 years ago, that is a very different comparison to what the actual spending is from 23 versus 24-25. It is not an 18% increase from what is presently being spent in this present biennium, because there is so much hundreds of millions of federal money in Recovery Act and so on that have slewed this thing. So the actual increase over the actual adjusted authorized in this present budget is more like 7%. It's still a big increase, but look at what's happened in the last 2 years. I asked the LBA to compute the inflation adjustment, which we normally use when we look at a budget, 12.7% over the 2 years. And then when we use what's called the tax expenditure limitation, we try not to exceed the inflation rate for the previous period plus the population growth. The population growth was 1.5%. Those two figures together add up to 14.2%. That's a big increase that it's hard to overlook. So when the budget came to us with, actually the input came to us with a 10% increase in 24 and a 2% increase in 25, we didn't give an increase in the previous budget, but now that total 12% is roughly around the rate of inflation. That's something you can't overlook. We're all witnessing it at the gas pump, the grocery store, and all our electric bills and every other bill we pay. Inflation is not a good thing, but we've got to face it. We've got to work with it. Thankfully, the revenue has come in well. So we have the money to cover what is needed, even with the inflation adjustments. We have to understand that it's more than I'd like to see an increase, but the same thing happens when I fill up my gas tank or go to the grocery stores. It's not an increase I'd like to see, but it's reality. We have to face reality and adjust to it. So the budget has a lot of things that are different. Now, the reason we talk about HB 2 before we talk about HB 1, because in that same Constitution it says HB 1 can only contain the spreadsheets, in effect, the numbers that go with all the agencies. We have, if you've looked at the 1,000+ pages that go in a HB 1, each one is a spreadsheet for an agency or part of an agency. And so if there's any change that takes place, as I say, we passed 50 bills out of this House that are mostly included in the budget, and that added $165 million, which we've endeavored to include in the budget that we passed. So that money is there. That helped to increase the budget. But we have to adjust to all these things as we do, and those are the realities. So we're giving a pay increase. We're taking care of a problem from 2011 with mainly affected Group 2. That's going to be an expensive fix. We're giving cost of living increase. Those are things that are all pressured by inflation. So I ask for your patience and understanding that we have a bill that HB 2 needs to pass because it contains the enabling legislation. So if there's any change in an organization of a department, or people leaving, people gaining new equipment, a lot of money spent on information technology. So all that has to be written about in HB 2. So it explains what the spreadsheets contain and why all those figures are there. And mostly when you look at HB 1, it shows previous year spending and then current projection. And there will be a difference based upon many of those bills we passed and many of the facts that have come before us. Virtually every agency has said to us, we can't hire people. We're losing people. We're short people. We have all these vacancies. In some ways, those vacancies help us to fund the pay increase. But they also make the dealing a little bit harder for some of the agencies, and we'll hear about it when people come to us and say, why do I have to wait so long in line to get my registration for my car? Because they're short people. That's happening in almost every agency we'll deal with. Let's hope this budget will help to mend it. So I ask for your support in those things that seem out of line with history, because we need to do that. And another thing that I've been questioned on was, I was fortunate to be here in 1999 when we created the Education Trust Fund and created what we considered adequacy and funded it. And Education Trust Fund was only there to fund adequacy, and we actually kept it a little bit below what we needed, because if it went over, that froze money we couldn't spend elsewhere. So we had to adjust the Education Trust Fund. It had gone a while without being adjusted. Last budget, we took $100 million out of the SWEPT fund because it was producing so much money. We're back down about a third of the enrollment from 20 years ago. So you can't keep expecting to spend more money on fewer people. Meanwhile, Medicaid is growing like crazy. So there has to be a shift from some of the funds. Still, we spent more on education than we have in the past. So I've adjusted the Education Trust Fund so we don't tie up money that we would need somewhere else, because the Education Trust Fund takes a big piece of the general fund. We need that money in the general fund because sometimes we add it to the Fish and Game Fund, sometimes we add it to the Highway Fund, depending on how bad the weather is every year. So HB 2, this amendment before you, if you are supporting any further amendment, you've got to vote for this. Otherwise, those further amendments are meaningless. they'll be referring to a section that no longer exists. So HB 2 committee amendment must be passed. You understand why? Because all the rest of it is meaningless if we don't. I thank you for your attention.
Does the member yield to questions?
One.
The member yields to one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. Is it correct that this budget presented to us by the Finance Committee is balanced, that it contains no new taxes and fees, and that it in fact contains a small tax cut as well?
Those are excellent points.
Does the member
The
yield
answer is yes.
Does the member yield to further question?
Yes. Follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the follow-up. Is it not also correct that much of what is referred to as spending in this budget is in fact paying down debt, as well as paying for large capital projects that would normally be included in the capital budget, and is in fact saving future taxpayers from more taxes?
Very well put, and I totally agree. Thank you.
Representative Houle has requested a division vote. Members, take your seats. Make sure everybody turns the voting stations on. The motion before us is Amendment 1247H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Lanza. Representative Wendy Thomas. Representative Wendy Thomas.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 351 voting yea, 38 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Bill is on second reading now, open to further amendment. Osborne and Representative Osborne and Wilhelm offer floor amendment 1336. The chair recognizes Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the Finance Committee for all of their hard work over the last several weeks. I know I can speak for most of us here that you couldn't probably pay me enough to do what they do for free, and we thank them for their service. And I hope they don't look too kindly on, or unkindly on those of us who are now going to jump in at the end of the fourth quarter and try to run a few plays before the clock runs out. I took the opportunity yesterday to sit down with my friend from Manchester to hammer out a few things that we think will help smooth our way to a widespread yes vote on the OTPA as amended later on today. And maybe we'll induce some more withdrawals of some floor amendments that are still hanging out there. Just real quickly to point out a few of the things that are contained within this amendment. It was brought to my attention that we had put some language into HB2 regarding the EFAs that had passed on the House floor that were sponsored by Republicans, and that there were some other EFA bills sponsored by Democrats that did not make their way into HB2. And I just, that didn't sit right with me. That seems unfair, and I'm sure my friend from Manchester agreed with that, so we agreed to pull that out of HB2. And my friend was also kind enough to allow us to put into HB2 by this amendment the language from HB 127 reforming the state of emergency procedures for the state, which we have passed in this House a few times at this point. So I appreciate my friend for agreeing to do that with me. There's also a few spending items that we added in there that I think will help smooth things along today. And there is a larger item that I'm going to ask the Education Committee to speak about, having to do with adequacy funding. This was exactly the same as an amendment that was going to be brought forth by the leadership from the Education Committee, as well as the leadership from Division II of Finance, and they all agree that this is the way that we should be going. I think most of us will be agreeable to what they're proposing, and so I'll turn it over to other people to talk about that. So thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the beginning of this process, House Democrats have been working hard to build a fair budget that delivers for all Granite Staters. Building on the very good elements in the committee amendment, including pay raises for our state employees and retirement benefits for our police and firefighters, I'm pleased to stand before you in support of this bipartisan floor amendment, which I've co-sponsored with my good friend, my great friend from Auburn, in hopes of doing everything we can to pass a budget today. This amendment does so much to improve the budget and deliver on key policy priorities, including affordable housing, public education, and health care, which are all important to New Hampshire families, as well as New Hampshire employers. Let's start first with housing. It's no secret that New Hampshire is in an affordable housing crisis. New Hampshire's unhoused population is spiking and rent is continuing to rise. Just this winter, mayors across the state wrote to the governor expressing an urgent need for more concerted support for warming centers and shelters. New Hampshire needs housing that our workforce, our families, and our seniors can afford. New Hampshire Housing estimates that we need 20,000 more housing units, and that number will continue to grow in the coming years. Rents have risen by over 30% in the last 5 years alone, and home ownership is out of reach for many. Emergency housing assistance for individuals expired in March, and a recent report shows that rent is rising in New Hampshire faster than in most states. We need more funding for affordable housing, not less, which is why I'm pleased that this bipartisan amendment restores $15 million to the Affordable Housing Fund. Second is public education. This bipartisan amendment maintains the status quo for the Education Freedom Account eligibility, limits participation to families at 300% of federal poverty. It also brings down the line item for vouchers from $60 million to $40 million over the biennium, freeing up funds to reinvest in our public schools. Additionally, the amendment includes bipartisan LAD-LUNO school funding formula, which more adequately and equitably supports our public schools, especially in communities like Berlin and Claremont that need it the most. Third is healthcare. Right now, hospitals and community health centers are struggling to care for Granite Staters because of staffing and funding issues. I'm pleased that this bipartisan amendment makes impactful and data-driven investments in our state's healthcare system. Providing preventative physical and mental health care is an important way to keep patients out of our hospitals. This bipartisan amendment invests $5 million in system of care and $2 million in the family resource centers, helping to better meet the healthcare needs of our constituents in their own homes and in their own communities. Additionally, community mental health leaders have made it clear if the Medicaid reimbursement rate does not increase over the next few years, psychiatric patients will continue to suffer long wait times and low care availability. This bipartisan amendment invests an additional $40 million to boost Medicaid provider rates, which will help address our state's ability to attract and retain the workforce that it needs for our healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, we need a budget that reflects our priorities as a state and that is fair to everyone. The bipartisan amendment makes critical investments to address our statewide housing crisis, brings balance to our public education system, and delivers community-based healthcare solutions to thousands of Granite Staters by bolstering its workforce. It's also a testament to the fact that when we come together in good faith and we listen to one another, we disagree without being disagreeable and find common ground and compromise where we can, Republicans win, Democrats win, but most importantly, Granite Staters win, because when we are able to deliver results on education, housing, and healthcare, those are the reasons that our constituents sent us here, and it's exactly what this bipartisan budget amendment does. That's why I'm urging my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yes on this amendment so we can get closer to delivering on a budget that works for all Granite Staters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the bipartisan group I had the opportunity to work with in trying to craft legislation that would best meet the needs of our students throughout this state. And so thank you to the representative from Merrimack, Hillsborough, Grafton County, where I come from, and Rockingham. The four of you, including myself, I think did a remarkable job in trying to support our children. There is a handout which was in the back of the room, in the ante room, and most of you might have at this point in time, which reflects the proposal from our governor and the proposal that came out of finance for HB 2, and then an amendment which we're speaking about right now, 1285H, which has been incorporated into the amendment on the screen behind me. That is the floor amendment in which we worked diligently over a number of days and weeks. In fact, this goes right back over years when I first came into this House in 2008, when I looked at the Joint Legislative Oversight Group that costed out an adequate education. Then in 2018, the formula that came out of that Education Study Committee, and then in 2020, the Commission report. They all had some common areas which we can come to agree on. One of those areas is, yes, we have to look at the amount of funding we're providing education, but even just as important, and perhaps even more important, how we distribute those funds to various communities and municipalities. On the spreadsheet you see there's 245 municipalities identified, and you can walk across and see how those monies are allocated out. The formula which came out of the Finance Committee and that which you see in 1285, which is part of the amendment on the screen behind you, are almost identical in the revenues needed to make it work. But the difference is that in the formula that's on the board now and came from that group of four that met, we looked at base cost of adequacy. And the base cost is on the left-hand side of the formula. The side of the formula that every student, every municipality in the state receives that amount of money per pupil. Every time we increase base adequacy by $100, that requires $16 million in appropriations to support. When I looked at the formula that was being presented earlier, where we're upping the ante from $3,900 to $4,700, that would have upped the ante on the left-hand side by $128 million. Is that where we need to be putting our adequacy money now? Two towns which receive perhaps in SWEP money more money than is necessary to cost out an adequate education? Or should we be planning that money and distributing to towns that need this because of a number of costing efficiencies, operational efficiencies, unique characteristics of those municipalities? That was once in the budget and under fiscal capacity disparity aid in 2008. We took it out in 2011. We've discussed it in 2018 and 2020. This is what we have now coming back into our budget, where we're taking the monies and distributing it to towns, the property poor towns that need that support. You will also notice in this amendment, no community loses money. The majority of communities that need this revenue are receiving it, and that's well over approximately 185 communities out of the 245. Secondly, we looked at in this amendment the need to support our charter public schools as well. And our goal was, of course, charter public schools are funded now on the base amount, that's the $3,900. In this bill, it's $4,000. Differentiated aid is added into that, excluding the special education. So that brings, with the extra $5,000, charter schools now will be receiving per pupil $9,000, plus those amounts in differentiated aid that that child will bring, excluding special education. So our goal is not to have a broken formula where stabilization is there because we're not doing what we should be doing on the left-hand side or even on the granting side. We're now allocating our resources to best support our children in the state. So I ask all here today, this is a bipartisan amendment that's part of the amendment on the board and back. Please support this legislation. It's imperative we get this support out and take that first step forward to addressing these needs we have in terms of educating students throughout New Hampshire. Thank you.
Senator Proud had asked for roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Osborne-Wilhelm Floor Amendment 1336. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to say the vote. 326 voting yea, 63 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Bill is on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Stringham moves floor amendment 1290. Chair recognizes Representative Stringham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am here to speak on behalf of this amendment, which preserves 2 years of the interest and dividends reductions, but does not accelerate future cuts to the biennium, which would be harmful to the state. A little bit about the I&D tax. The I&D tax is scheduled to be eliminated by 2027 in current law through a bill passed in 2021. The I&D tax is mostly paid by the wealthiest Granite Staters. Only 14% of Granite Staters pay any I&D tax, and more than half of the revenue comes from people receiving $200,000 or more in interest and dividend income. Under our Constitution, every person is meant to share in paying the costs of government as they are able, and we are proposing in the budget we just passed to eliminate the only tax that makes our wealthiest citizens share in that burden. The interest and dividends tax is our 5th largest tax. Moody's has been giving us favorable ratings despite our decades of budget cliffhangers, partly because of our diversified tax system, which helps us survive major crises. In the past HB2 amendment, this tax would be eliminated entirely in this biennium by 2025. Those that are in support of accelerating the I&D phase-out indicate that the impact is $17.4 million in this budget, but almost all the revenue impact will show up only in the following biennium, 26-27, and it'll be substantial. While not part of the legislature when the phase-out was passed, I heard some of the debates. Proponents of the phase-out say that it was warranted so that we could see what our needs are in the future with our future budgets, how the economy responds to the cuts, and make adjustments as necessary. And now we hear both the governors and the Ways and Means expect flat revenues and rising costs with inflation for needed services. A phase-out as originally sponsored would provide us with the opportunity to react to the impacts of the change and our ability to fund the necessary government functions. Our finance chair often said we have to consider what financial needs we have to address if circumstances change. Flat revenues, inflation put considerable pressure on the budget process this year and be even more so in the next biennium. Some of my colleagues state that the I&D tax is the best tax to cut and is the most harmful to economic activity, warranting even faster reduction. I disagree with that. When I arrived in Concord for this term, it seemed almost unanimous that the 3 highest priorities to promote economic growth and opportunity for Granite Staters are workforce expansion, addressing housing shortages, and enhancing education funding for low property value towns. Neither the reduction of, or in particular, the hyper-accelerated elimination of the state's interest and dividends tax do that. If you want to generate more housing, it's important to cut the taxes on housing, which is property taxes. My colleagues are fond of saying that when you tax something, you get less of it. The taxes Granite Staters and our businesses pay are predominantly property taxes, like no other state in the country. So I would maintain our effort to reduce Granite State taxes should focus on property, which is the real battleground for promoting growth. Accelerating the reduction in the I&D tax will not be helpful for that. Look, the I&D tax phase-out has begun. This amendment still keeps gigantic decreases in the I&D tax as planned when passed, implementing 2 years of substantial cuts. With an elevated risk of recession in the coming years and the potential rise for needed services driven by inflation, public resources must be conserved. Please, let's just take the win.
Please vote green, which preserves the 2-year phase out of the I&D tax in this biennium, but not the total elimination of the tax and this important source of revenue and general funds in this biennium. Thank you very much, and I'd like a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Janigian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what are the advantages of phasing out the I&D tax sooner than later? There are many. First, New Hampshire will actually be able to say it's an income tax-free state. Second, many think the amendment will restore 35 to 40 million tax dollars over the coming biennium. However, that's when we think about this statically. We need to think about this tax dynamically. For example, what are some of the dynamic elements? Number one, it's going to stop the migration of wealthy New Hampshire retirees to states like Florida, where Florida does not have an income tax and they don't have an interest in dividends tax. We'll encourage the migration of people from heavily taxed states like New York, California, and Massachusetts to come here. And what's the advantage to that? Well, first of all, let's be clear. Do wealthy people stuff their mattresses with cash? For the most part, no, right? What are they doing with it? They're putting money in banks. They're making investments. They are investing in building and production. And they themselves are buying goods and services. If that person moves to a state like Florida, they're not going to invest in New Hampshire. But if that person is in New Hampshire, they're much more likely to invest in New Hampshire businesses and in New Hampshire in general. The increased savings in banks will help people get, the more money there is for loans, possibly the better the loan rates. More builders can get money more easily as well. There's also a fairness issue. The interest and dividends tax is more likely to hit the elderly and retired. So why should they be burdened with the income tax that we have right now in New Hampshire? Let's get rid of it sooner than later. Time is of the essence. Please press the red button to stop this amendment and make sure New Hampshire is truly income tax free sooner than later. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The interest in, as the first speaker said, I think that the interest and dividends tax is the worst tax that we have. Why? It's a tax on savings and investment. Savings is something we need more of, not less of. And in fact, we spend money to try to encourage savings. We try to encourage building of housing. We try to encourage business. We try to encourage economic activity by spending money. But by taxing savings and taxing accumulation of capital, we are hurting the future. We are hurting the things that grow buildings, capital, businesses in New Hampshire, and therefore future tax revenue. I tried to think of a simple way of illustrating this. Let's imagine a person with $1 million of savings, and they go to their local bank and invest it in a CD, getting 5%, all right? Something very simple. So they're making $50,000 a year of income, and let's suppose the interest and dividends tax, which is now 4%, right? So they're going to pay from that $50,000 of income $2,000 of tax, all right? This bill in January of 2025, the House Bill 2 in January 2025 would eliminate that $2,000 of tax, okay? But what is the bank going to do with that $1 million of capital that they were just given? The bank is going to loan that to somebody who's going to build with it, right? They're going to create housing, they're going to create commercial property, something like that. They're going to create $1 million worth of property. Now, our property taxes are roughly 2%. So we are going to collect on that $1 million of property $20,000 a year in property taxes. So we're comparing here $2,000 of interest and dividends tax forgiven or gotten rid of to $20,000 gain in property tax. All right? Now that might seem like, well, why can't we have both? Why can't we have $22,000 of tax? But the problem is, people who invest and have these kind of resources are mobile. I certainly have friends who are no longer Granite Staters because they've moved to Florida specifically because of the interest and dividends tax. Right? And this is particularly timely. This is particularly timely because of what's happening now in Massachusetts. Massachusetts, first of all, just in general, Massachusetts is losing roughly $1 billion a year of income. People with income of $1 billion a year are fleeing Massachusetts. And when they do, 50% of them move to Florida, 25% of them move here, and the other 25% move somewhere else. All right? So Florida is getting twice as many of the people who leave Massachusetts as we are. Why is that? It doesn't make any sense to me, right? Why would somebody go to the heat, the swamps, the alligators, etc., when they could live in New Hampshire without the traffic, with the lakes, with the mountains, all that nice stuff? What's the difference?
Member will spend. The House will be in order. Member has a right to be heard. It's getting awful loud.
What's the difference, right? The difference is the interest and dividends tax, right? If you can go to Florida and not have your income taxed, maybe you'll do that instead of moving to New Hampshire. So we want those investments in New Hampshire. We want that capital in New Hampshire. And so this is particularly timely because Massachusetts has just put an extra large tax, which is going to force way more people out. And once they make the decision of where to live, that's going to be their decision for a long period of time. So we should do this now. It is not a large amount of money, but it's the kind of money that is seed capital, seed corn, if you will, for the economy. And when we have seed corn, we don't want to consume it. We want to plant it, we want to let it grow, and so then we can consume the results. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us, members will be in their seats. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1290. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Olney for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that a lot of our citizens' property taxes are much higher than 2% of their income, and they would be surprised to know that other people don't have that problem. If I know that the state of our economy and of our state's revenues over the next 2 biennia is very fragile, with continuing inflation and the odds of recession rising and falling by the week. And if I know that the I&D tax is our 5th largest revenue source and that its disappearance is likely to threaten our state, county, and municipal bond ratings, as well as to prevent valuable investments in our future. And finally, if I want to see our state's economy and communities continue to grow despite the economic clouds, will I then press the green button to remove this dangerous threat from our budget?
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that our state's interest and dividends tax is an income tax, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that by accelerating the phase out of the interest and dividends tax, we will be making New Hampshire income tax free in this biennium, in this budget, and further, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this phase out acceleration of the interest and dividends tax was part of a bipartisan compromise within Division 1 of the Finance Committee to make it so that we can pass a budget that all can live with. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that we should pass relief for our senior citizens and Granite Straters of all stripes and backgrounds and make our state more appreciated and more welcoming to out-of-staters, would I now press the red button to preserve the bipartisan compromise that Division 1 worked out? Thank you.
The motion before us is the floor amendment, Stringham floor amendment 1290. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Jackson is in the back. I cast a vote for him. Thank you. We're all set, Mr. Speaker.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 199 voting nay. Motion fails. Bills on second amendment open to further amendment. Second reading open to further amendment. Floor amendment. Representative Heath offers floor amendment 1335. Chair recognizes Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, New Hampshire towns and municipalities have endured a 10-year moratorium on building aid. I ask you, Mr. Speaker, to join with me in bringing much-needed building aid identified in Amendment 1335 and the ability to cover the costs of more than just 3 building projects. Building aid currently calls for $22.6 million in 2024, $26.1 million in 25. This amendment would add $10 million to each year of the biennium, building bringing building aid in 24 to 32.6 million, and in 2024 and 36.1 million in 2025. Payments to the tail will include 20.5 million and 17.2 million. That is found in another budget line. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask you to join with me in helping our towns and municipalities by voting yes on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, the motion before us is the floor amendment 1335. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is the Heath Floor Amendment 1335. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Kate Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the moratorium on school building has created a backlog of badly needing building projects, and if I know that many schools are in dire need of building aid, and we have an opportunity in front of us today to address this backlog, which in the long run will benefit the entire state, easing this burden across the state, across all school districts, would I now press the green button and support this amendment addressing a critical need of our schools and the school building projects? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that building aid was created when the school enrollment was increasing and all the schools needed help in adding classrooms, adding schools, and subsequently the enrollment is shrinking. So we stopped giving building aid. We went on a moratorium. Now we see some of those schools are wasting the assets that they have. They have empty schools. That's an asset that should be maximized.
This parliamentary inquiry.
And if I know that should be maximized by selling that empty building so that they could do other repairs, and if I know that the reasons for the moratorium still exist, and I know that we're already paying off earlier mistakes from 2010 and how the education building aid was funded, would I now press the red button for this unnecessary amendment?
The motion before us, the Heath Floor Amendment 1335. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Merchant.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 189 voting yea, 194 voting nay. Amendment fails. Bill is on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Heath offers floor amendment 1292. Chair recognizes Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1292 is simple. It deletes sections 6 and 7 from HB 2 and would therefore continue to provide a retirement option for New Hampshire employees of the community college system of New Hampshire. Currently, CCSNH provides the opportunity for new employees the choice of either state retirement or a 403B plan. Sections 6 and 7 of HB 2 allows only the 402B option. 73% of new community college employees select the New Hampshire State Retirement System choice. Without passing this amendment, they would only have the 403B plan. Mr. Speaker, please join me in supporting our future CCSNH employees by voting yes on Amendment 1292H, providing the option for the state retirement system and a 402B plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The provision that's being removed by this amendment was a request by the community college system and acceded to by the governor. I was actually quite surprised to see it in the budget, but what it does is it gives the community college system the same retirement plan that the university system has had for, I think, about 15 years. So it's a 403B plan, which is, similar to an IRA or 401k or something like that. And the main feature of it is that it's portable. So the plan allows people to work for, I think it's vesting in 3 years, but if they only work for the system for 3 years or 4 years or 5 years and so on, they can take their savings with them. The current retirement system requires you to work for 10 years, and according to the community college system, that they're finding that is unattractive to the Gen Zs and Gen Xs and Gen Ys that they are in the process of hiring. So this plan, again, it's the same thing that the university system has had, that the community college system would like to join them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Heath floor amendment 1292. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Who requested a roll call? Is that sufficiently? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Heath floor amendment 1292. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes. Yeah. Nothing. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open. Okay. I made another mistake. I'm sorry. Chair recognizes Representative Kate Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that currently the community college system employees are very happy and they value that they have a choice between joining the New Hampshire retirement system or the college system of the New Hampshire's plan, and if I know this bill removes their choice, and if I know that we did not have a full understanding of the change this impact would have on the already strained New Hampshire retirement system, or the impact on the individual who moves from one system to another, or the recruitment of future faculty, would I press the green button to support the amendment and continue to give the community college employees a choice in their retirement plans? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that canceling this amendment gives us the opportunity to view within the state system the defined contribution retirement plan, and if I further know from personal experience that I had both retirement systems, defined contribution and defined benefit, and if I further know that even though the defined benefit was funded at almost twice what the defined contribution was, when I took them both in lump sums at retirement, the contribution was greater than the benefit. I think we should all be able to see the results of doing this on an experimental basis, and I ask you to push the red button.
The motion before us is the Heath Floor Amendment 1292. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend state of the vote. 199 voting yea, 187 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Bill is on second reading, open to further amendment. The Representative Heath offers floor amendment 1313. And the chair recognizes Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1313 restores from the general fund to the Education Trust, school building aid, tuition and transportation, special education aid, building aid lease, episode treatment, court-ordered placements. Mr. Speaker, this amendment protects these critical education programs within the safety of the Education Trust, and therefore does not force these important areas to compete with other important general fund areas. Mr. Speaker, I ask for your support for Amendment 1313. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Houle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the pile of amendments, trying to get to this last one so I can talk to 1313H. at the end of the day, this modifies the Education Trust Fund at some level. And when the governor sent the budget over to us, he changed the proportioning in the system from the old, take a certain percentage of the money that was taken to a percentage of the total funds. Furthermore, the Finance Committee further amended that. When the Finance Committee, when the Finance Committee amended that, we did so with the intent to make sure that education-related items were funded out of the Education Trust Fund. And that balanced. And it would be important to support that effort and oppose this committee amendment. Thank you.
Who requested the roll call? Representative Berry requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Heath Floor Amendment 1313. Chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know this amendment restores the integrity and purposes of the Education Trust Fund, and if I know this amendment includes education freedom accounts as one of the purposes of the Education Trust Fund, then would I press the green button to vote yes on this amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that when I helped create the Education Trust Fund, it was there specifically to pay for adequacy and used a portion of the general fund to assign to that. And if I further know that as subsequently the enrollment has shrunk by about a third, meaning that the amount of money that went into that fund was more than it needed to have, and it froze those funds so they couldn't be used elsewhere. And if I further know that my amendment was what restored it to its historical use for only adequacy and not to create an education slush fund that people would be seeking places to use elsewhere, would I now press the red button to restore it where it should be? Thank you.
Motion before us, the Heath Floor Amendment 1313. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend the state of the vote. 191 voting yea, 197 voting nay. The amendment fails. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Munns offers floor amendment 1339. Chair recognizes Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. I rise to offer Floor Amendment 2023-1339, which will redirect $6 million currently allocated to the University System of New Hampshire for the purposes of renovating Whittemore Arena to the system's block allocation from the general fund.
The member will suspend for a minute. If you need to have a conversation, take it out into the ante room, and please do it quietly. The member has a right to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It will take the money and put it in the block allocation from the general fund that is used to, and will be used to reduce tuition for in-state students. $3 million will be allocated in each fiscal year, and the net effect will be to reduce in-state tuition by between $230 and $310 per year, depending on which campus the student resides on. That is the equivalent to a savings of 2% in tuition costs for all in-state students enrolled at UNH, Keene State, or Plymouth State. I'm not anti-college sports, and I'm not anti-UNH. I played sports in college, and as my friend, the state rep from Barrington, can attest, I continued to play soccer into my 60s. My wife is a graduate of UNH, and we held season tickets for hockey at the Witt for many years. There's nothing I would like to see more than UNH return to the Frozen Four and bring home a national championship to New Hampshire. But several weeks ago, my niece's daughter, who is as close to a granddaughter as I currently have, and who is an honors student at Coe-Brown Academy in Northwood, announced that she will be attending the University of South Carolina this fall. She is going there, in part at least, because it will cost her less to do so as an out-of-state student in South Carolina than it would to go to UNH as an in-state student. As we all know too well, New Hampshire has the second highest average cost of in-state tuition and fees in the country. Only Vermont is higher. That is because previous legislatures have consistently underfunded our state's university system. That is also one of the reasons why New Hampshire has one of the highest levels of student debt in the country. And it's telling that only 48.7% of the full-time students attending the university system are in fact New Hampshire residents. In addition to imposing a real financial burden on students and families across our state, we are also hurting ourselves. When my niece graduates from the University of South Carolina, the chances of her returning to New Hampshire and contributing to the fabric of our community here will be much less than if she had gone to college here. My own daughter went to school in Washington, D.C., and guess what? That's where she lives today. There is only one state in the country, Maine, whose population is on average older than ours. If we continue to make it more expensive for students who want to go to college in New Hampshire, we will just continue to get older and older as a population, which will create additional serious economic and budgetary challenges for the legislatures who will be sitting here 5, 10, and 20 years from now. I have no doubt that renovating the Whittemore Center will make it a much more appealing venue for alumni and local business leaders who live in the Durham area to attend and take their games to a hockey game or a concert. And I'm sure that it will generate some additional revenue for UNH. UNH already has commitments of over $34 million in private donors towards the cost of those renovations, and I'm sure that they could raise the remainder of the amount themselves. I'm also very aware that $6 million will not fix the imbalance in tuition costs that now exists. We should do more, much more. Given the other budget challenges we are trying to address today, that is a discussion for another day. But until we have that discussion, I believe we need to do whatever we can to make our university system more affordable for more of our own students and be willing to defer other nice-to-have projects. This amendment will not increase the budget, nor does it take away any money allocated to the university system. What this amendment will do is move $6 million, which is currently allocated specifically for renovating and expanding the Whittemore Center during FY24 and move $3 million into the state's general allocation of funds for FY24 and FY25. Those funds will be utilized to reduce in-state tuition, and there's specific language in the amendment that says that, which currently ranges from between $11,500 and $15,500. There are approximately 10,700 full-time in-state students enrolled at UNH, Keene State, and Plymouth State, and the additional $3 million this amendment will allocate to the system will result in annual savings of between $230 and $310, or $920 or $1,240 over 4 years, to students and families across New Hampshire. It's not enough, but it's a start, and it represents real, tangible savings for New Hampshire families that we can deliver today without increasing the budget. I hope you will join me in supporting these families by voting in favor of this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote. Please press the green button to support this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Heath Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable representatives. I want to echo the thoughts from my friend from Hampton, that we need to lower the cost of in-state tuition for the university system of New Hampshire. Students are struggling and are paying more to go to schools that our tax dollars fund than they are to go to out-of-state universities. This is an opportunity to give students a small break because UNH has already received funding from private donors to upgrade the Whittemore Center. While these improvements are nice and would include upgraded HVAC systems, audio improvements, and modifications for rink seating, these upgrades are not necessarily being benefited by the students. The students are still paying more and are struggling, and the state has a pattern of using student tuition to offset the costs that the university usually takes on. I'm asking all of you to support this amendment as a way to lower the cost of tuition for students in something that is already allocated in our budget. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Rockingham 29 has kind of missed the point. The point of this $6 million, which came to us in finance and the governor's, it's not a budget, it's recommendation, input, okay, on the governor's input. The chancellor of the university sat before us and explained the Whittemore Center rebuild is a $30 million project. What they're looking for is for the state to kick in something to show that we support the university. That's the point. It's not about tuition, it's about, do we support UNH? Are we proud of what we've done? And if you've gone to the Whittemore Center and watched athletes warm up in the halls, you know we haven't provided the best environment for our athletes. This upgrade will also allow the center to be used for other gatherings, entertainment venue, and I think that's the point of this $6 million. Originally, it came in at $8 million, but the chancellor agreed $6 million, they can get the matching funds. If they don't get the $6 million, the project dies. The contributors, alumni that are pledging to this project, it depends on us kicking in $6 million. So if you want to kill the project, vote for this amendment. But if you know the project should go forward, hit the red button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Emmerich. Representative Munns has requested a division. Members? Representative Turcott has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Munns Floor Amendment 1339. Chair recognizes it's going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Munns for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that New Hampshire has the second highest cost of in-state tuition and fees in the country, and that New Hampshire has one of the highest levels of student debt in the country, and that as a result, only 48% of the students attending UNH, Keene State, and Plymouth State are actually from New Hampshire, and if I know that the legislature is proud of and has consistently demonstrated its support of UNH over the years, and that now is the time to show our support for the in-state students attending the university system of New Hampshire. And if I know that by voting in favor of this amendment, I will reduce the cost of tuition for New Hampshire students, residents who wish to attend New Hampshire by between $920 and $1,240 over the course of 4 years. And finally, if I know that I can provide these students and their families these savings without increasing the budget we are discussing here today, would I now press the green button to vote in favor of this amendment? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Emmerich for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this funding is not about tuition, and if I know if we don't provide this funding, this project will not go forward, would I now press the red button?
The motion before us is the Munns Floor Amendment 1339. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend state of the vote. 128 voting nay, 259 voting nay. The amendment fails.
All right. The bill is still on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Alessandra Murray moves floor amendment 1299 and is recognized to speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1299H is a very simple amendment that removes the authorization of an appropriation for the Northern Border Alliance program. We've made it clear in this body that we do not support using state funds to enforce federal regulations, but this section of HB2 would not only use taxpayer money to do exactly that, but would also increase the authority of state and local police far beyond what our communities are comfortable with. We've made it clear in New Hampshire that we are a harbor of safety for those seeking freedom and liberty, whether they come from out of state or out of the country. In fact, my own immigrant family came here when I was 5 years old to raise their family, and we've been here ever since. A program that allows our taxpayer money to pay police to roam unchecked on northern properties, stopping and racial profiling whomever they want, is enough to keep families like mine from feeling welcome in this state. This program is built on the wild assumption that northern New Hampshire has an extreme problem with illegal border crossings. Yet despite informal and formal requests, neither the governor nor any state agency, including the Department of Safety, has provided any data on unauthorized border entries into New Hampshire or of apprehensions of border crossers within New Hampshire to support these supposed concerns. I'm not sure why we would institute such an unregulated program without any data or studies to indicate it's needed. With an implementation date of June 30th, 2023, this program is simply too undefined and too rushed to pass through this budget. Taxpayer money for police should directly assist in meeting community needs and priorities, not take away from those commitments to instead focus on enforcing federal regulations. This program is a massive intrusion on local control and contravenes New Hampshire's live free or die values and history. Our local officials do not do the bidding of the federal government, and if you agree with me, I ask you to please vote green on the ought to pass motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hull is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would be disingenuous if I got up this morning and talked about spending when there was an opportunity to cut spending that is a task of the federal government. While it's not much, it's $1.4 million, it does in fact reduce the spending this year for a program that really should be run by the federal government. Our borders are designated to the federal government via the U.S. Constitution. That is not a New Hampshire state constitution item. Furthermore, it does allow for the first 25 miles police officers to have warrantless arrest capabilities. I've spoken before on that. I can't think of a more unconstitutional power that we could give to state government than allowing them to arrest people without a warrant. I would support the adoption of 1299H. Thank you.
The question is whether to adopt floor amendment 1299H. Are you ready for the question? Somebody call division? Yeah, okay. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1299H. This is a division vote. Representative Sofakidis is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that our border with Canada is the largest peacetime border in the world at 5,535 miles, and if I know that the only part of it that concerns New Hampshire is 59 miles, and if I know that equals $250,000 a mile for increasing the federal intrusion into our live free or die lives, would I then press the green button? Thank you.
Representative Weiler is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that our country is being flooded with illegal immigrants, not only on the southern border, but also on the northern border, And if I expect to have cooperation between the Border Patrol, and once these immigrants enter our state, they're going to be a problem for our state and local police. So I would be happy to see cooperation between those forces to protect our state and our people. I would now press the red button.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1299H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Richards.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 241 in the affirmative, 143 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Representative Edwards offers floor amendment 1272 and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you so much. This is probably the simplest thing you're going to see all day. Inside of HB2, there was an item that identified a civics commission that would help facilitate and support the development of civics curriculum for our school system. And in the process of putting that together, one of the vital groups that got left out was the New Hampshire Historical Society. So I was contacted. Representative Moffett has been in deep liaison with that organization. We were contacted and asked if we could add the New Hampshire Historical Society back. I don't think this is controversial. If no one from the other side is going to speak against this, this could be my PI as well, and I would ask you to vote green.
The question is whether to adopt floor amendment 1272H. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Swing and a miss. The amendment's adopted. The bill remains on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Comstock moves Amendment 1283 and is recognized to speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. This is a very simple bill. All it does is say there are currently 6 vacant positions in the department, and we're currently funding 32 positions, and it reduces it to 29. And I would just ask that you support this. Thank you.
Got it. Okay. The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1283H. Are you ready for the question? Oh, division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1283H. Representative Edwards is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I believed that the department's request to have 32 attorneys available to them to do their caseload, and if I believed that a reduction of 3 to 29 might harm their ability to provide the services to the public, would I then vote red?
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1283H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 158 in the affirmative, 226 in the negative. The amendment fails. I would like to take this opportunity to share something with you from Masons. From Section 122, breaches of the order of the House. During debate, while the presiding officer is speaking or the House is engaged in voting, no one is to disturb another in a speech by hissing, coughing, spitting, speaking or whispering to another, nor passing between the presiding officer and the member speaking, nor crossing the floor of the House, nor walking up and down, nor taking books or papers from the desk, nor writing there. So, while people are speaking, some of you have gotten a little enthusiastic about making noise to express your approval or disapproval. Don't do that. And also, when someone is speaking at one of the wells, these two aisles, don't use them. If it's happened to you, you get it. It's really disconcerting to be speaking at the well and somebody just comes walking down right at your face. There's an aisle on the side that you can use, so let's try to get this back together where it belongs. Yep. $12.95. The bill remains on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Prout offers floor amendment 1295 and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment would delete Section 135 of House Bill 2. Current law limits the auxiliary state police to no more than 16 members. This limit was added back in 2013 in Senate Bill 165 as a trade-off when the number of days per year they could serve on active duty was removed. Section 135 removes the 16-member limit with no trade-off. Membership in the auxiliary state police has few limitations. The person must be a New Hampshire citizen, 21 years old, and have no felony convictions. Their uniforms and equipment are paid for by the state. They're compensated at rates set by the director when on duty. The removal of this limitation would allow the state police to grow to essentially any size. The only real limitation would be funds to pay for them. With opportunities to use federal funds, such as to continue the failed drug war, augment Border Patrol, or any other task force funded by whatever administration happens to be in power at the time. If you do not want to see the New Hampshire Police State grow, the New Hampshire State Police grow unchecked by any controls of this legislature, then please press the green button to pass this amendment, delete this section, and leave the 16-member limitation in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1295H. Representative Prout requests a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1295H. Representative Rosen is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. If I know that Amendment 1295 presents a simple, common sense, and bipartisan counter to a concerning, loosely defined, and unnecessary expansion of police power, and if I know that the people of New Hampshire deserve an appropriately structured and responsive use of state power, including in the organization of our police, to address emergency situations, would I now encourage us to vote to adopt Amendment 1295? Thank you.
Representative Weiler is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
If I know that the auxiliary state police are seldom used, and then most of them, if I further know that most of them are retired police and have experience in what they're doing, and if I further know that if occasion arises that the state police need more people, where else can they get them from? I would vote red to allow them this slight emergency use. Thank you.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1295H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 249 in the affirmative, 136 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Representative Duchette moves floor amendment 1328 and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. And I rival the assertion by my colleague from Auburn. This is going to be relatively fast and simple. What my amendment does is has us codify a vote we took last session that we met in relation to charitable gaming, simply the expansion of the one game that the legislature passed into law last biennium, the historic horse racing, allowing for ample time to review revenue for both the state and the charities. I won't get into the long discussion about the 5 years being ample time. It may take longer, but at least it gives them the 5 years, and I look forward to your support on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1328H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Representative Prout moves Amendment 1288 and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment would add what was House Bill 624 to the end of the budget. This bill made it so that local police, when they learn of a Border Patrol checkpoint, like the ones that have been happening at I-93, to require them to announce it to the public, similar to how we require DUI checkpoints run by local police to be announced to the public. This is because of the terrible traffic snarls when they do this in I-93 just south of the Notch, keeping people stuck on the highway for hours, hurting tourism in the area, and also acting as a detainment on everyone delayed. If you voted for House Bill 624 several weeks ago when we passed it, I hope you will also press the green button and vote for this as well. Thank you.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1288. Representative Prout requests a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. Question is whether to adopt Amendment 1288H, and this is a division vote. Representative Newell is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that New Hampshire residents and visitors value their right to move freely without arbitrary search and seizure, and if I know that the established protocol of public notification when sobriety checkpoints are planned are working just fine, would I now push the green button to adopt this amendment?
Representative Weiler is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
If we want to catch people, if I know we want to catch people bringing illegal immigrants, why would we let the coyotes know where the checkpoint is? Press the red
House will
button.
be in order. The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1288H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Coloso. Representative Corcoran. You can't abstain.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 247 in the affirmative, 139 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Representative Hull moves Amendment 1276 and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a short amendment. It does two things. The first is it corrects a small clerical issue regarding eligibility. The program has had a very consistent eligibility requirement. In drafting the finance amendment, there was a small change. It made it through the system. This corrects the eligibility standard. Secondly, it moves the eligibility regarding finances from the current 350% that the House has adopted to 500%. Just to put some numbers so that we all understand, in household dollars, a family of four, the federal poverty level is approximately $30,000. 300% of that, which is the current law, is $90,000 for a family of four. It's hard to imagine with a family of four how to pay bills, pay a mortgage, and send children to a private school with tuition somewhere between $4,000 and $12,000. This amendment will allow that to go up to something that would be more reasonable and allow additional people to participate in the program. Personally, in the last 10 years, I've lived at the federal poverty level. My household income dropped significantly. And while I've never taken money from the state to fund our children's education, I can understand why there are families who believe that this is necessary, who, for the reasons of anything from bullying to not getting the education they need, to feeling like they want something different, whether it's the teaching style, the curriculum, they just want something different than the solution proposed by the state. I would ask that you would support this floor amendment and press green. I'll ask for a division vote.
Representative Guthrie is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a late good morning to everybody. I raised to oppose this amendment originally because of the concern about the increase in the budget. But really, after looking more at the amendment, I was concerned that the 500% going from 350 to 500% of eligibility, and this issue, the Education Freedom Account, has been discussed over and over. If my memory is right, and at my age, I might have some concern about that. But I think that the issue of going from 300 to 350 or to 500 was vetted very recently. So I'm concerned that the 500% would come up again to make more people eligible for the Freedom account. So I'm more concerned to ask you to vote against and vote red, mainly because this is an issue that has been vetted over and over. It has been looked at by the Finance Committee. Finance Committee has put information and talked about that account in the budget, in the original budget, and I think it's prudent for us to put this in the back burner, and if we want to talk about increasing those items, we should do it through the regular process letting it get vetted against if necessary at the committee level and come back to the House if in fact it is something that we need. So vote red, please.
You're too slow. Representative Prout has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? And it is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. All right, the question is whether to adopt Amendment 1276H. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 167 in the affirmative, 222 in the negative. The amendment fails. The bill's on second reading and open to yet further amendment. Representative Prout moves Amendment 1332 and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we already heard earlier an amendment about the Whitmore Center, why spending state funds to help upgrade it was unnecessary and not a wise use of our tax dollars. How this amendment differs from the earlier one is what to do with those funds once that section is deleted. This amendment would just reduce state spending and send that money back to the rainy day fund and eventually the taxpayers. Please press the green button to reduce the size of this budget. Thank you.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1332H, and Representative Prout has requested a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1332H. Representative Prout is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
If I know that the Whitmore Center will likely receive its $30 million renovation through other sources of funds, whether or not we include this $6 million of state funding for it, and I know that passing this amendment would reduce the budget by $6 million, would I press the green button? Thank you.
Representative Kate Murray is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know at present the Whittemore Center is the only facility of all local universities in the Northeast not yet renovated, which has been a problem for it with regarding to attracting students and not just the athletes. If I know this is a public, private, and state-funded project, which is needed where they want to show that we have some skin in the game to support this program. If I know that this enhances a revenue stream for the university, not just for sports, but for events and for new concepts, in fact, new to me concepts in terms of e-gaming. And if I know that students who attend the University of New Hampshire stay in New Hampshire, they live here, they work here, they raise their families here, and in this way, the University of New Hampshire is a partner with us. And finally, if I know that the university has agreed that if the General Court ever needs to use their facility again for a House session, they won't charge us. Would I please press the red button to defeat this amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1332H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button, and if you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 158 in the affirmative, 231 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Harrington moves floor amendment 1284 and is recognized. Okie dokie. This will be PIs only. A division vote. Members, please take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll next, after this amendment, be voting on Amendment 1333 from Representative Hole. It is a very large document. If you have not yet received that, it was sent for print yesterday afternoon, and they have not. We finally just got the last shipment of them. If you do not have them, please raise your hands so I can keep track of where they need to go. All right.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1284H. This is a division vote. If you're in, okay. Representative Harrington is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment would simply not add another staff member to the Office of the Consumer Advocate who already has open positions, if I know that the budget that we were proposing has $75,000 from those open positions that could be used to hire contractors that could fulfill this representation of the Office of Consumer Advocate at regional meetings, if I know that we already have representation through NESCO, NECPUC, and we have a full-time employee of the Department of Energy who does that, and I know that the Office of Consumer Advocate is already doing a good job at that, and I know authorizing another position that they can't fill will accomplish nothing, and I know this amendment would save over $100,000 a year. Would I please press the green button?
Representative McGee is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Consumer Advocate's Office is trying to accommodate a change to the law in 2021 by my colleague who's bringing this amendment that states that the Consumer Advocate shall advocate against regional activities, and that this position is designed to meet that goal, which is a requirement now in the RSAs, and that there currently are no staff people available to monitor those regional activities so that they can actually do this kind of enforcement, then would I now press the red button? Thank you.
We're in the voting mode. The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1284H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 182 in the affirmative, 205 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Hull moves floor amendment 1333 and is recognized to speak to his motion.
I'm not going to read it. Don't rest assured. So what is Amendment 1333H? In summary, it's the the Finance Committee amendment with a few small changes. Well, no, I do mean that as small changes, but structurally, for a tactical reason, I changed Section 1, which forced the renumbering of the Finance Committee amendment all the way through, which changed. And if you do that, that would have nullified, and someone else pointed it out this morning, would have nullified all the other amendments on the floor today that we could have even talked about. So it would have given us a simple solution to a one vote on the budget. You may or may not agree with that choice, but at least it would have shortened our day. So it is the Finance Committee amendment as adopted by this House. It does not contain, however, the amendment proposed by the members from Manchester and Auburn. It does contain the change for the EFAs that we just talked about. It also does something important, which is what I talked about this morning. It keeps our spending and our revenues on parity. It makes cuts. It level funds the UNH system. It gets rid of the Whitmore rink, or whatever, the funding for the Whitmore renovations. It level funds the community college system. It provides 85% of the requested employee raise for the state employees. So instead of 10% raise, they get an 8.5% raise. With these cuts to the budget, we are now equal to our revenue stream. And for those that want to manage finances, you have to link the two. You can't just pretend that there's additional revenues coming in, or what we've seen in the past, which is we're taking the excess revenues from last year and spending them to prop up this budget. I would ask that you would support it. I'll ask for a division vote. Thank you.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1333H. Representative Hull's requested a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1333H. This is a division vote. Representative Weiler is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the prime sponsor of this bill was a member of the committee that brought you the amendment that we voted on first, and if I know he had opportunities in both the division and the full committee to bring amendments, and if I further know that this is just too much for us to try to digest and figure out what the changes are, would I now press the red button rather than destroy everything we've already accepted? Thank you.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1333H. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 72 in the affirmative, 300 in the negative. The amendment fails. The bill remains on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Verval moves Amendment 1273 and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Good morning. It's been a long morning. I won't bore you too much today. If we're going to spend all these greenbacks today, shouldn't we send some green back to our constituents? Isn't it high time we put some common sense cannabis reform laws into place into this state? Isn't it time that we do what the vast majority of our constituents, poll after poll after poll, year after year after year, are begging us to do? Isn't it time? We've passed a lot of amendments. We just passed a big, we're going to pass a big HB2, and it's got a little something for you, and it's got a little something for you. It might even have a little something for me. But how about we put something in here with really bipartisan, widespread appeal to the vast majority of our constituents? Please, join me in sending some green back to our constituents by pressing the green button and getting this common sense legislation finally passed in New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1273H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay? That's all right. I can't tell. Let's do a clarification vote. Nobody in, nobody out. No, this is a clarification vote. Okay. Yeah, so in clarification votes, it's just to find out which way it went. There's no PIs, none of that. Just vote. So if you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 160 very loud folks in the affirmative, 214 in the negative. The amendment fails.
The motion before us now is on HB 2, ought to pass as amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Houle.
I think this is my last time up here today, at least I hope. You've heard the arguments against the budget multiple times. You've heard that this spends too much, spends more than we take in revenue. We just added, between various amendments, something close to another $80 million in new spending. When you put together a plan that doesn't take into account the declining revenues we're seeing out of the DRA and spends all that we take in, plus almost another $300 million in round numbers, approximately 18% more than the last budget, probably closer to 19 now. I'd have to do some more math. It's a hard thing to go back and defend to your constituents that was a good policy. I would ask that you would oppose the ought to pass motion so that we can potentially figure out another solution. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a long morning. And we've done a lot of rearranging of what was passed, but I think we can make it work. It's been, as I said, a bipartisan budget. There's something in there for all of us, and if we're going to be able to defend it when it goes to the Senate, we have to pass it. Otherwise, we don't have anything to argue with. So this is a very important vote. Please reinforce what we've spent all our time and our first very important amendment that we did to this and the second very important amendment. So very important that we have something to negotiate with the Senate. I appreciate all the inputs that I've had from you, and I hope you will press the green button, please. Thank you.
The The motion before us is the order pass as amended motion on HB2. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and HB2 is passed. Without objection, the clerk is authorized to make technical and administrative corrections which are necessary to reflect the intent of the House. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred, House Bill 1A, an act making appropriations for the expenses of certain departments of the state for fiscal years ending June 30th, 2024 and June 30th, 2025. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation of bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Ken Weiler for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, and consider the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. That is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mary Jane Wallner for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1244H, printed in House Record 18A, page 1. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The bill before us, the motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House Bill 1 is adopted. I can have it back. Just so everyone knows, we're going to take lunch about 12:30. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 46 FN, an act establishing a committee to study replacement of bill commissioners with court magistrates. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Dan McGuire for the committee. The amendment is 0915H, printed in House Record 18, page 30. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred, House Bill 74 FN, relative to employees' unused earned time. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jose Camberlis for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Karen Ebel for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Grassi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the motion on the floor before you today. House Bill 74 was a relatively simple bill which passed this House previously from the Policy Committee. And what it does is it only impacts companies that have 15 or more employees. It requires that they have a policy that they keep track of your earned time for sick and vacation pay. And it doesn't really cost the state anything at all. So, wondering what was the fiscal impact of this? Well, they said it was $2.4 million. So that's if we laid off all of the state employees tomorrow. It would affect us to that point. So there really is an impact here as far as the budget is concerned. But let me just tell you a little story, because you're going to hear that this doesn't affect a lot of people. What it does do is that if someone is to be laid off, let's just say that when COVID hit, Your company told you that, well, we're going to have a layoff soon here. We don't know what's going on. And one day you get a call, you got to show up to work early. And the public human services, the personnel person is there to tell you that they're going to shut down the business at midnight that night. And you say, well, what about my health insurance? Do I have that till the end of the month? And they say, no, you don't. It ends at midnight. Your first thought isn't to, well, what am I going to do here, when I get my paycheck? And am I going to get paid for my benefits, my unused vacation time? And besides, the employee that's sitting right next to me used their 2 weeks of vacation last month. And I've got 4 weeks of vacation coming up because I was there for 10 years. But am I going to get my vacation time? You're not thinking about that. You're thinking about, am I going to be able to pay the rent tomorrow? How am I going to meet my electric bill? Am I going to be able to feed my kids? So when it comes and you get your paycheck, and there's no vacation time there, that's not what you're paying attention to. You're worried about, am I going to get my unemployment? What am I going to do about my health insurance? They'll tell you that this doesn't affect a lot of people. But when a company has a policy, and anybody over 15 people employed will be required, if they have a policy, they'll be required to tell you about it. They'll be required to keep track of those hours. You'll know how many hours you worked. When they give you that in that policy, they give you earned time, sick time, and vacation time. That's earned time. You worked for that time. And if it only affects one employee, it's a traumatic experience for that one employee when they're told, there's no work tomorrow, pick up your check on Friday. You're more concerned about your family, your home, your life, than you are on whether you got paid your vacation time or not. If it affects one employee, we should pass this bill. Because if we don't pass this bill, we are letting down the person who works hard every day, gets earned vacation time, and basically is cheated out of that vacation time. That story was a true story. It was my story. I'm asking you that you vote no on this motion so another motion may be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a classic example of a solution looking for a problem. The majority of the Finance Committee, in a bipartisan vote, deemed this bill to be inexpedient to legislate. During the testimony for this bill, it became clear that this issue affects only a tiny, tiny fraction of the New Hampshire workforce. The data presented showed a very low number of complaints on this issue. That implies that the vast majority of employers in the state already comply with the bill's objective as a matter of good business policy. Please join me in pressing the green button to ITL this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate in House Bill 74. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Michael Cahill for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know we've just heard the story from one of our own, a member of this House, and if I also know that in just the past 8 months, the New Hampshire Department of Labor has 500 wage claims, and that 100 of those involve earned vacation time, then Mr. Speaker, would I not say that this is only a small number of people, that it's a pretty significant number of people? And Mr. Speaker, if I know this is not a Democratic or Republican issue, that's an issue of fairness, this is evidenced by the 4 Republican members who co-sponsored this bill with me, would I now press the red button so that another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Infantine for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this very well-intended bill takes away the ability for employers to decide how to compensate and reward their employees, and if I know that additional small, minor changes to this language may be able to result in a bill that we could support or I could support, but this isn't quite it. If I believe business owners will make the right decisions on their policies to support their workers. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire Department of Labor already enforces some of the items in this piece of legislation, will I support the Finance Committee and vote green.
Motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate in House Bill 74. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will 10 stay the vote. 179 voting yea, 204 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Cahill moves ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? Who requested a roll call? As that is sufficiently seconded, this will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 74. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will 10 stay to the vote. 205 voting yea, 181 voting nay. The committee report of ought to pass is adopted. Majority Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 234 FN, It's relative to renewable energy credits. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Dan McGuire from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, been unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Karen Ebel for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill repeals the statute that allows utilities to take credit for electricity produced by individual customers who are net metered, but who have not signed up to claim their renewable energy credits. This practice, known as REC sweeping, does two things that run counter to the intent of the Renewable Energy Credit, or REC program. Number one, it allows the utilities to meet their obligation without having done anything to support clean energy supply. And number two, the credits the utilities apply to their compliance obligation don't belong to them, and they're not required to notify the customers that they're taking these credits, nor do they compensate the individuals for the value of the RECs that they sweep. These 2 points together undermine the value of RECs and depress the market, creating a vicious cycle rather than a virtuous one. We've had testimony in committee that this practice constitutes an illegal taking of property. A REC has value that the owner can do with as he sees fit. This bill attempts to correct the flaw in the REC system to bring down costs. Clearly, recent efforts to curb energy efficiency programs and hold RECs hostage has done nothing to prevent the 150% electric rate increase last year. We cannot keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. On February 23rd, you heard and considered HB 234. The OTP vote was a tie, 182 to 182. The ITL vote failed by 6 votes. The motion to reconsider passed by 9 votes. And the OTP on reconsideration won by 10 votes. We voted to save this bill, and then by a wider margin, we voted to pass the bill, which is only before you again today because it was sent to a second committee for which neither I nor the committee can find any justification. You were informed in a crescendo in a parliamentary inquiry on the 23rd that this bill was opposed by the Department of Energy, and I've confirmed that the DOE takes no position on the legislature's ability to remediate REC sweeping as a practice. So I ask you once again to pass this bill so the value of renewable energy credits program can be restored, along with its intent to be a lever for lowering energy costs, protecting our wallets and paychecks. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill came to us exactly as described. We did not find that there's any special financial aspect to it other than the fact that the state is a consumer of electricity, like we all are. So what we're going to talk about is the benefits or detriment of the bill itself. So what this bill does is it prevents utilities from reimbursing their customers for alternative energy that those customers create but don't account for. All right, so we require utilities to provide a certain fraction of their energy from alternative means, in this case solar. And the mechanism that utilities use to prove that they're providing a certain amount of solar is quite complicated, but essentially what happens is solar producers get certificates called RECs, and then they sell those RECs to utilities. Utilities turn them in and say, aha, we've created so much solar. Well, it turns out certain very small solar producers don't bother to ask for their RECs because the process involved is complicated, et cetera. So they produce solar, but they don't ask for the proof that they have done so. And so what we do is we know that solar is out there, so we lower the requirement that the utilities have for proving how much solar they are providing. All right. So, and the amount of money involved is roughly $3 million a year. So that solar, $3 million worth, not of energy, but $3 million worth of proof, sort of, is being produced by solar. So the solar is actually there. The benefit for it is going to customers. If this bill were to pass, what the sponsor of this bill would like is for that $3 million to be instead put into the energy efficiency fund. Because what normally would happen is the requirements for the utilities would be higher, right? And so they would have to go out and either buy RECs from other producers or pay some kind of a fine, and that fine is what feeds the energy efficiency fund, all right? The problem is that the bills of the customers are being credited by the $3 million. The customers are paying $3 million less than they would be otherwise if this bill were to pass, all right? But that $3 million won't necessarily go into the energy efficiency fund because the utilities might just go out and buy RECs from other people, so there's no fines involved, so there's no money going into the energy efficiency fund. So the $3 million that the bills, that the consumers are paying less of, is saving, is for sure, and the amount that might go into the energy efficiency fund is speculative. All right? So this is a bad bill for that reason. Let's keep our energy costs low. I mean, obviously $3 million is not a big number when you talk about the value of all electricity, but it's something. So let's keep energy costs low and push the green button. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
Yes, I'll take it.
Member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Would you agree with me that the so-called RECs are basically fiat that's created by the state through the RPS law, and if that law were to be changed so that the RPS standards were higher, the RECs would be worth more? If it was changed to make the requirements lower, the RECs would be worth less. In fact, if it was repealed, the RECs would be worth nothing. So there's no illegal taking by the state doing this.
Yes, you're absolutely right. The REC thing is a sort of artificial mechanism created by law just to promote solar. Thank you.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 234. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill will repeal the renewable energy credit scheme that is currently being perpetrated on our small energy producers, some of them are our constituents who have renewable energy and are not getting the benefit of those RECs, and those RECs are in effect being taken. And further, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill would end a vicious cycle of depressing the value of those renewable energy credits. And further, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill would stop giving our money to out-of-state corporations large companies that provide energy that don't need this, in addition to our own utilities who also don't need this and should be following their own REC requirements. Would I vote red on this so a better motion may be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a grocery coupon is a lot like a renewable energy certificate in that it has no value unless it's used or redeemed, and if I also know that you need to file an application to create a renewable energy certificate, and if you don't file it, that REC does not exist. It's a phantom. And therefore, it leaves nothing to be swept up. And finally, if I know that every electricity ratepayer pays for each of these phantom RECs, would I now press the green button to prevent the further sweeping of dollars from our wallets? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislator on House Bill 234. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Juris. Representative Peter Schmidt.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 193 voting yea, 191 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. We have two announcements before lunch. Representative Selig, and Representative Goley is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those of us who are Jewish or supporters of the Jewish community want to invite you to share in a number of Passover-themed treats that we have out in the ante room. Please try to be neat as you eat things. And we also wish everyone a happy Passover, a meaningful Ramadan, and for those of you who are celebrating this weekend, happy Easter. And if none of those apply to you, just a lovely day.
Chair recognizes Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Legislative Sportsmen's Caucus and those wanting to learn a little more about the caucus are invited to lunch over at the Upper Walker House. Members of Fish and Game will be there, as well as members of the National Wild Turkey Federation.
We're in recess until 1:30. 1:30. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 250 FN, not relative to accidental death benefit payable to Group 2 member. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation that the bill will pass with amendment. So Dan McGuire for the committee. The amendment is 1045H, printed in House Record 18, page 30. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Bill's on second reading, open to further amendment. And Representative McGue offers floor amendment 1319. And is recognized to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, it's another long day, and I guess I'm glad to be first up after lunch rather than last up before lunch. It's been 22 years since I've been to the well, and it still does feel like the first time. So I'll still get right to the point. I rise in support of ought to pass on floor amendment 1319H, which is exactly like the amendment we just passed with a minor correction. This amendment allows the funding for these accidental line-of-duty death claims to be drawn from the general fund. So I rise in support of this amendment, and I also rise in support of our fire, EMS, and police first responders, and more importantly, for the loved ones they leave behind following a tragic line-of-duty accidental death. So I've been in emergency medical services for 32 years, and as of last Saturday, 25 of those years as a paramedic. I remember working an ambulance on September 11, 2001, a little after 8 in the morning, being called back to base in Nashua, New Hampshire, and all of the events, the following events of that horrible day. And I know this House wants to support this employee population and our state's ability to recruit more into this sometimes dangerous profession. This amendment will help us do exactly that, keeping the small cost of the future claims from being downshifted to the towns, allowing them to be drawn from the general fund. It simply adds language to the original Finance Committee amendment, the one we just passed, making it possible to fund the cost from the state general funds instead of passing it on to the towns based on the policy decision made here. So if you support our first responders and all of our state employees' families in the event of an accidental death, and you also oppose unfunded mandates, please support passing this amendment. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, the question before us is on the amendment 1319. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. Representative Sananatasto has asked for a roll call vote. It's sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on the bill. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 250. This is going to be a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. The screen on the wall over here facing the Capitol, facing the front, is out of order, so depend on the other three.
Representative Perez.
McKenzie. And Representative Hart. Thank you. Representative Peterson. Thank you. Representative Aiken Phillips.
All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 328 voting yea, 53 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 330 FNA, Act relative to National Guard Recruitment Incentive Program and its funding and rulemaking. Considered the same, report the same with the recommendation of the bill ought to pass. Representative Ken Weiler for the committee. Motion before us is ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 337 FN, Act relative to directing the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification to provide notice of public meetings and opportunity for comment from the public. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Except Dan McGuire for the committee. Representative Senator Natasto has requested a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. All members should be in their seats. Motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 337 FN. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Davis.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. $387 voting yea, 0 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. House will be in order. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 364 FN, Act relative to transportation for students attending career and technical education centers. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Mary Heath for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred, House Bill 430 FN Local, an act relative to applications for the Education Freedom Accounts Program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ken Weiler for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Mary Heath for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Harkin Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to speak against the motion of ITL of HB 430 relative to the Applications for Education Freedom Accounts program because this legislation is fair and fiscally prudent. HB 30 modifies one sentence in the existing EFA statute to limit applicants to one who is currently attending a New Hampshire public school, including a chartered public school, for a minimum of 1 year, or who is entering kindergarten or first grade. First, this legislation is fair because the language will honor the original intent of EFA accounts. In the 2020 hearings, the public was told the purpose of ESAs were to provide an alternative when a public school was unable to meet a child's particular educational needs. EFAs represent an alternative, a choice. This legislation is fair because it puts the state back on track by making sure the majority of kids taking advantage of the program have actually experienced those public schools for at least a year and are choosing to take their EFA grant to their particular educational needs outside of their public school district. According to the Department of Education, of approximately the 3,200 students currently enrolled in the EFA program, only about 100 students made the actual choice to leave their public school. The vast majority, about 89% of EFA students, have never experienced a public education, but rather were already enrolled in and paying for their homeschool or a private or religious school. As the program currently exists, this 89% of EFA enrollees were making a different kind of choice. The choice to continue paying out of pocket for their own education, or the choice to get the state to help in paying for part of education. This legislation is fair because it will restore the program to its intended purpose and eliminate the windfall so that the choice truly is being made to seek an alternative to New Hampshire public education. Second, this legislation is fiscally prudent because it would rein in the program's runaway spending. Simple math tells us that if 89% of the current $15.2 million per year EFA program is suddenly ineligible, then we can expect significant multi-million-dollar savings to the state. Those students falling out of the program will either go back to paying for their homeschool, private, or religious educations without state subsidies, or they will enroll in their local or public school districts. If the Department of Education is correct, of the majority of the students enrolling in a public school, 95% will enroll with a non-excess swept community, resulting in a net neutral result to the state. In sum, this legislation is fiscally prudent because we can expect to save millions of dollars in total EFA spending unless there obviously be less pressure on the Education Trust Fund. We know that this legislation is fiscally prudent as well because it's going to help relieve pressure on town and city governments in raising their local property taxes. But don't take my word for it. Forbes.com has written, school funding was reduced by the cost of the voucher, but school expenses were reduced by $0. So that local taxpayers are left to choose between cutting services and raising taxes. That's the quote. I'll say that again. Local taxpayers are choosing between cutting public school services or raising taxes. It's not exactly the choice that New Hampshire was offered if the initial EFA program was introduced. If this fiscally responsible legislation passes, then the public school districts will be less likely to be forced to make the tough decision of cutting services or raising local property taxes, and we can all expect less pressure for our local tax rates. This legislation is clearly a win for all in New Hampshire. Colleagues, I look around the room and I know that fairness and fiscal responsibility are two values that we all can embrace regardless of the side of the political aisle we sit on. Please join me in honoring this chamber's February 23rd vote of 176 to 168 for HB 430 by now voting no on the motion to ITL so that another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I view House Bill 430 as an unnecessary roadblock to parental choice. Why require every student to go to school for a year in a public school if there's already been an older sibling that the parents have determined that this was not what they wanted for their children? They could make the choice for an older child. Why do this would make the younger child have to go even though the parents didn't approve of the school? Or if someone moved from somewhere else where they already had some relationship with a charter school or some other school that they wanted to send their child to, why should they be required to send this child to a public school for a year? That's an unnecessary roadblock, and it doesn't recognize some of the costs. We are also recognizing that the public schools are spending around $20,000 per pupil. Parents are choosing an option that's about $5,000, and yet they're more satisfied with it. So, yes, there's a choice. The public school should need to be reducing, as they are anyway, because of the decline in enrollment. So this is just the same thing that's going on, whether the student goes to a different school or whether the enrollment declines. They should be adjusting for that without claiming they're losing a lot of money and we're costing them money. We're actually educating the education freedom accounts for a lot less money. So let's recognize that. Let's support parental choice. Let's support what's best for the child. And there are many families that will divide their children. One may be in a different school, and the others may be in the public school. Depends on what works best for their child. Why do we put roadblocks? Please support the
The member yield to questions?
Yes.
Member yields. Padelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. We've heard that the bill requires a student to be in public school for a year, but when I was reading the bill, the definition of a child who is eligible says you just have to be eligible to attend a public school. I'm confused. Can you explain how this bill works?
It puts a requirement to have that child go to the public school, even though they're eligible for something else. So it could be debatable and it could depend on how it's interpreted, but I think the intent is to make it more difficult for education freedom.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 430. Representative Senator Natasto has requested a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 430. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Kate Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the education freedom accounts are created to provide an alternative to students who find their public school is unable to meet their particular needs, and if I find that every child is an individual, and for some of those children, the public school does meet those needs, and if I also know that this bill reinforces the intent and honors the intent of the original bill, which passed this House on February 23rd, would I now press the red button to overturn the ITL recommendation so that another motion may be made that reflects the original intent of the program and the will of this body? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 430 attempts to require students to be in New Hampshire public school before getting an EFA account, but if I also know that the definition for an eligible student remains anyone eligible to enroll in a public school, and lastly, if I know this is yet another attempt to undermine another very successful school choice program, would I then press the green button to ITL this bill? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 430. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're all members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend state of the vote. 194 voting yea, 192 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Representatives Hicks and Seaworth declared a conflict of interest and did not participate. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 492 FN, an act requiring the Department of Education to provide the House and Senate standing committees responsible for education with copies of the laws and rules relative to education. Considered the same, report the same, and the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Mary Heath for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 504 FN, an act relative to the Adult Parole Board and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendations the bill ought to pass. Mr. David Hewitt for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator J.R. Houle for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the recommendation of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 534 FNA, an act relative to water assistance for natural disasters. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Dan McGuire for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation bill ought to pass. Representative Mary Harkin Phillips for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Harkin Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise against the motion of ITL of HB 534 because this bipartisan legislation supported by the DES and the New Hampshire Municipal Association reflects good policy that will improve the lives of the most needy Granite Staters when a natural disaster strikes and they need to restore access to clean drinking water for their private well. HB 534 builds on an existing program, but these temporary program funds are running dry. In 2020, New Hampshire Drinking Water and Groundwater Advisory Commission began its work administering a temporary emergency trust fund with $3.2 million. Part of this trust fund is earmarked for community water system assistance, and $1.5 million was earmarked for private well assistance to low-income homeowners. To date, 147 across the state have received emergency water access after natural disasters. We know the program is working because the trust fund's balance is now at $400,000, and there's no plan to replenish it. So after the 3 years of this good work by the Commission, they recommend a permanent dedicated fund be established to meet projected future needs of natural disaster victims. This bill establishes that permanent, dedicated, non-lapsing fund called the Water Assistance for Natural Disasters Fund, and it appropriates $2.5 million in both years of the biennium for the purpose of replacing, repairing, and treating private drinking water sources in the event of a natural disaster for the state's most economically disadvantaged homeowners. Critics will argue that this bill gives broad rulemaking authority to the DES in violation of House rules, but we know the Commission has existing applicant eligibility guidelines that are based in HUD income limits, particular to New Hampshire's median household income, qualifications and definitions. We also know that the Commission's guidelines require applicants to document their financial need and to demonstrate that they've exhausted all other available funding sources. This bill authorizes DES to create application and acceptance criteria and applicable rules for administering the new fund using existing Commission guidelines so that there's a continuity of the temporary program and it moves forward to the permanent program. Critics will also argue that the bill creates a fund that already exists for a problem that is addressed by FEMA declarations and our rainy day funds. However, there's a gap. Please understand, on the one hand, there are large-scale natural disasters where FEMA declarations come, federal funding, and New Hampshire rainy day funds swoop in to assist. But on the other hand, there are small-case droughts and floods where there are families in need, but there's no financial assistance to come from the state, the Fed, or our municipalities. And don't forget that private property insurance force majeure clauses prevents assistance to these people. This legislation fills that gap. Let's face the facts. Our state is in the 4th year of a drought, and those conditions, while they're lessening, we know we must be prepared to meet the future. I call your attention to the real financial concerns that the entire state will face. Over time, private wells in the rural areas of our state will run dry, and the neediest families cannot pay to have their wells restored. Then they're going to be forced to migrate to more urbanized settings. Those rural property values are going to plummet. And when those urban street pipes need to expand, it's going to cost far more in time and resources to grow and maintain those large-scale projects. That $5 million that this bill proposes, that allocation is a far cheaper financial commitment than the cost of reversing economically depressed rural areas and keeping pace with ever-increasing urban infrastructure needs. Finally, HB 534 is one important piece of the puzzle that will help us solve our housing stock and affordability crisis, which we all know is plaguing our state. As a legislature with a special committee on housing, we recognize something must be done at the state level to ameliorate this crisis. HB 534 will keep our most vulnerable people in their homes longer. Imagine losing your well after a natural disaster and being forced to move out with almost nowhere in the state to go. Let's do our part and help increase well access so that our poorest community members only have to deal with one crisis at a time. For these reasons, I hope you'll join me in supporting this legislation and overturning the ITL motion so that another motion may be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is very well intentioned, but it has problems both in concept and in execution. First of all, the concept. So this bill creates a special purpose fund to give out money in the case of drinking water problems caused by a natural disaster. The problem is, when a natural disaster occurs, it can be of any kind, not just one that happens to affect drinking water. We could have a natural disaster that washes out roads or bridges or affects sewer systems or electricity or what have you, right? And so what do we do to prepare for natural disasters is we have a general purpose fund. It's called the Rainy Day Fund. And so when something unusual happens, like a natural disaster, a big lawsuit, or something like that, we have general purpose dollars put aside to take care of it. This bill proposes that for the case of a natural disaster that affects drinking water specifically, we have a fund of $5 million for that. Well, what if the natural disaster does something else, right? It's silly to have this $5 million somehow in a special kind of an account rather than just boosting the rainy day fund, which can handle any kind of a disaster or any kind of a problem. Secondly, the way the bill is written. So we have a House Rule 45D, which tells us not to pass any legislation that has broad rulemaking authority. Broad rulemaking authority means that we just tell an agency, here's our goal, you go figure out how to do it and how much you're going to spend on it and all that sort of thing. So this bill does not specify what is a natural disaster. It doesn't specify who is eligible to apply for funds. It doesn't specify whether these are grants or loans. It doesn't specify the criteria by which money is dispersed. You know, are we paying for 100% of the problem or 50% of the problem or 10% of the problem? Is it somehow matching money? None of that is in the bill. And in particular, what's worst is the bill says that DES may charge their expenses to the fund. But there are absolutely no limits on that, right? It's not like 10% of the disbursements can be used for expenses or something like that. It just says charge your expenses to the fund. So this is the very definition of broad rulemaking authority. And you know, there's good intentions. We were, I believe, formerly in a drought. We are not currently in a drought. And so there are better ways to accomplish the same task. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Senator Tasto has requested a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 534. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Bill Boyd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that establishing a $5 million non-lapsing water assistance for natural disaster fund administered by the Department of Environmental Services would help keep the most economically vulnerable Granite Staters to replace, repair, and treat their private drinking sources in event of a natural disaster. And Mr. Speaker, if I further know that slow-moving natural disasters like droughts and small-scale flooding may not trigger FEMA declarations, and that associated federal funding for this legislation would fill the policy gap to help economically
vulnerable homeowners gain access to clean drinking water when their wells run dry. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I further know that providing financial assistance to restore dry wells has a strong return on investment because it keeps New Hampshire's most vulnerable homeowners in their homes, increases property values, and prevents the exacerbation of our affordable housing crisis, then, Mr. Speaker, would I now press the red button against inexpedient to legislate so that another motion may be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Chambliss for a parliamentary inquiry. Chambliss. Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is well-intentioned but flawed, and if I know that it has problems both in concept and in execution, if I know that it has broad rulemaking authority, would I now press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 534. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 191 voting yea, 196 voting nay. The committee report of ITL fails. Representative Haken-Phillips moves ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 196 to 191. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 576 FNA local, an act relative to administration of a commercial property assessed cleaning CPACE program in a clean energy efficiency and clean energy district. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Joe Sweeney for the committee. The amendment is 0692H, printed in House Record 18, pages 31 through 32. Ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 626 FN, an act requiring the Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ken Weiler for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Mary Heath for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 626 would require the New Hampshire Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account program. That's right. HB 626 would have the department that's currently responsible for over 165,000 New Hampshire students to administer a program that serves approximately 3,200 students. It would cost taxpayers less than the 10% being charged now by the contractor to manage the program. It would be more responsible because the department would know how tax dollars are actually being spent, and it would be accountable to the voters. All good things. We got it right when we all voted to pass this bill back in February. Let's overturn the ITL motion now so that we can pass this bill again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division.
Chair recognizes Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You might be surprised to know that the Department of Education is already supervising and managing this program. They manage the contract. They're putting out an RFP this month to see if there are other providers. There's a little catch in this. You have to be approved by RSA 77R. Don't ask me. But there was only one vendor in the state of New Hampshire that had that approval, and that's the current vendor that we're using. The current vendor has processed 40,000 orders on this program. It's about 10 orders per student, because basically what's happening, students are unbundling their education. The parents are. So they might have a tutor for this and a textbook for that and an online course for this. So it's unbundling to the needs of the student. The vendor has 12 full-time employees to administer this. The 5,000 initial applications cook down to the 3,200 you've heard mentioned several times. They have to re-register every year. So come September, everybody's at zero, they got to start all over again. So this is not something that somebody in the Department of Education is going to do on a part-time basis. This is a lot of work, and the vendor is being supervised by the Department of Education. So please press the green button for ITL. Thank you.
Motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate in House Bill 626. Representative Senator Natasto has requested a roll call and is sufficiently seconded. So this will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 626. House will be in order. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Kate Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill moves the oversight of the education freedom accounts to our own Department of Education, and what oversight there may be now, I think can be further enhanced by having it actually housed in our Department of Education. And if I know that this is a modest, responsible proposal, which will provide better fiscal oversight and an increased transparency and better local management that can be found by an out-of-state private enterprise, and that the Department of Education, by having the oversight of this program housed within its own chambers, is able to do an RFP, is able to reach out in a way that's appropriate to them for less money than what apparently we are paying now. And if I know this bill passed the full House in February, would I now press the red button to overturn the ITL recommendation so another motion may be made that reflects the will of this House as demonstrated in past February? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the success of the Education Freedom Account is basically due to the present vendor, who has really gone out of her way to recruit funds and to recruit people, and if I further know that when there's a short window when all these applications come in, requiring sometimes 10-hour days, 6 days a week, which would not be easily adaptable to the Education Department, who would probably want people year-round for that rush time when they really don't need them the rest of the time. So knowing that this program is successful, that it has been supervised, and that It's working the way it is because of the way we have it set up. Let's not allow this attack on it. Press the green button.
Motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 626. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 195 to 194. The Speaker did vote to break the tie. So the committee report is adopted. The House will be in order. Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred House Bill 25A, an act making appropriations for capital improvements. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Mark McConkie for the committee. The amendment is 1101H, printed in House Record 18, pages 16 through 30. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Kaczynski offers floor amendment 1177 and is recognized to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, colleagues. Public Works put forward a very generous capital improvements budget, and this amendment attempts to delete $750,000 subsidy to two privately owned railroads. The Coas County line is scheduled to get $500,000, and the Carroll and Stratford County $250,000. Regardless of your opinion of rail in New Hampshire, this is not passenger rail. This is highly profitable freight rail. They've experienced record profits in the last several years. The northern route in Coas County is owned by CSX Railroad, number 3 in the United States in profits. In 2022, they had a $14.9 billion revenue and net earnings of $4.17 billion, a 28.05% profit margin. The Stratford County NHN Railroad is owned by Boston Sand and Gravel, who also owns Ossipee Aggregates and Ossipee and Rochester, Manchester Sand and Gravel, and several other companies. It's a multi-million-dollar Massachusetts business. And this is a private transportation system for their sand to go from Ossipee to Boston 5 days a week. They testified in committee to how low the costs were using rail versus truck. Wealthy late 19th century industrialists were called robber barons. The Carnegies, the Rockefellers, the Vanderbilts. Should we be transferring constituent money to 21st century robber barons? A recent piece by Wall Street Journal's Andy Kessler is entitled Kickback Capitalism, and it tells of the government throwing your money at favored constituents, the economic elite. And this is a prime example. We were told that this is going on for 20 years. Well, if there was a need at some time, I certainly don't see it now. We're told that rail keeps the trucks off the New Hampshire roads, and that's true. And I don't see any reason that that would change. CSX Railroad is making too high of a profit, and Boston Sand and Gravel saves too much money using that system. It said that they pay to use the tracks and the rights of way, and they could well afford to do that and should. It said that we subsidize bus lines and airports. The difference being, this is freight, not people. The bottom line is, freight rail is hugely profitable. It doesn't need subsidies. This should not be a partisan issue. We are all responsible for spending taxpayer money carefully. How can you justify transferring your constituents' money to 21st century robber barons? Many legitimate needs are addressed in this capital budget. Private freight rail subsidies is not one of them. This amendment simply deletes the $750,000 subsidy. Please join me in voting for this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The $750,000 that the good member asked to remove from our $137 million capital budget is without merit, in my opinion. Our Transportation Commissioner is authorized to contract for the rebuilding of any properties either publicly or privately owned. The Commissioner is hereby authorized to spend any sums authorized for such a project, as well as any other available funds for the modernization and rebuilding of rail properties. The Commissioner is also authorized to do such maintenance on any rail properties as appears necessary for the public interest. For decades, the state, through the capital budget process, has supported public-private enterprises. To date, they include private airport owners, transit bus line operators, and yes, private rail owners. The two private rail owners that the representative seeks to remove their appropriation operate 90 miles of track in New Hampshire. One of those lines is the St. Lawrence and is used by other railroad owners on a continuous basis, sending freight to and from our state. And the other, North Coast, sends sand from Ossipee to Boston and backloads propane to Eastern Propane's bulk farm in Rochester. Both rail operators pay a rail tax to the towns they operate in, to the state, and pay additional property taxes for the property and buildings that support their operations. In the past 10 years, they have collectively paid more than $900,000 in rail tax. To be clear, the capital funding provided to these two operators is not without strings. One, the private rail owners must match the state award for dollar. The rail company must identify the section of rail, ties, or roadbed that will be replaced, and the State Rail Division will oversee that construction. Finally, the state will record a lien on that section of rail for a period of 10 years to be assured our investment stays in place. It goes without saying that freight being transported on those rails eliminates thousands of heavy trucks off our highways annually, sparing our roads and bridges from deterioration and further protecting our air quality. The representative from Rochester voiced his objections at length at our public hearing and during the executive session on House Bill 25, but his objections were not well supported by our committee. I humbly request that you reject this amendment, keep HB 25 as amended intact, and press the red button. Thank you for your time.
The motion before us is the Kaczynski Floor Amendment 1177. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is the Kaczynski Floor Amendment 1177. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Kaczynski for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that freight rail is one of the most profitable businesses in the United States, and if I know that we have no business transferring $750,000 of taxpayer money to 21st century robber barons, and if I also know that freight rail will continue to flourish even with the adoption of this amendment, would I now press the green button to end a blatant example of kickback capitalism? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Cloutier for a parliamentary inquiry.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the good representative from Rochester attempted to remove this funding in the committee but found little traction, and if I know in the light of the recent train rail derailment near the Ohio-Pennsylvania state line that it is better to have well-maintained rail systems than not, would I now press the red button to defeat this floor amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Kaczynski Floor Amendment 1177 to House Bill 125. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ball.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 120 voting yea, 267 voting nay. The floor amendment fails. The motion before us now, Representative Leishman declared a conflict and did not vote on the amendment. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. That's on the amendment. Majority, House will be in order. Majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 639 FNA, relative to the legalization and regulation of cannabis and making appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Walter Spilsbury for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, report the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Sally Fellows for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1231H, printed in House Record 18, pages 32 to 43. The chair recognizes Representative Almy.
I think I probably belong second because I'm speaking about the bill.
Well, the motion before us is the amendment 1238H. Are you ready for the question? All those. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Now the chair recognizes Representative Almy, as ought to pass with amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize we didn't quite get our ducks in order. About a century ago, cannabis was wrongly classified as a drug as dangerous as heroin. It is less addictive than the liquor that we sell for our profit. All of our neighboring states have legalized adult cannabis use, manufacturing, and sales. They regulate potency and quality, labeling, and education. We do not. Yet most of our citizens live within easy distance of a legal cannabis store. Point number one, aren't we safer in the long run if we do also regulate cannabis use and work to protect against its abuse? Point number two, we intend to undercut the price of legal cannabis in this region and to try to become the first state to wipe out the black market. Point number three, we have too many citizens that would have become assets to our state and our communities, but whose life chances were cut short because they were convicted of possession or sale of cannabis. Criminal records stop them from gainful employment and stable home lives. This bill ends future tragedies. Please listen carefully to my esteemed colleague's description of the committee amendment, but of the changes that we had made, and vote for the bill. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to avoid getting deep in the weed. On second committee referral, Ways and Means accepted the broad policy formulation adopted by this chamber in February and limited its review to matters of taxes, revenues, fees, and funding. It was the view of Ways and Means that if the policy of New Hampshire is to end its regional isolation and allow a nascent private enterprise in cannabis products to develop legally, then we should optimize the newborn economic sector's potential to succeed. If our new state statute poses excessive barriers, we may be less likely to achieve important public policy purposes that include driving out the black market, driving out adulterated product, and raising new state funds that can be directed to important interests of the state, such as education funding, unfunded retirement system liabilities, and substance abuse problems. With this philosophy in mind, the committee's amendment has improved the bill in four important ways. We've reshaped it as an excise tax at the wholesale level, set at 12.5%, deliberately intending that all the aspects of different product are basically baked into the brownie, and they are taxed in the final form at a competitive rate that will help the business get established. We changed the allocation of state funds from one that steered the funds almost entirely to the retirement liabilities, and we reapportioned them so that 50% will go to reduce the burden of the SWEP tax on real property, 30% to allay the unfunded retirement liabilities, and the remaining 20% to targeted programs of safety agencies and the Department of Health and Human Services. We eliminated some exorbitant application and setup fees in order to remove barriers to entry. And we reset the appropriations so that, as you would in a startup entrepreneurial business, the upfront costs are funded by the state and then will be reimbursed once the enterprise is going. The estimates for tax revenues are that we're likely to see negligible amount in the first 2 years, escalating dramatically to $35 million in FY26, $70 million in FY27, and $105 million in FY28. This is exactly the dramatic growth that we want to encourage and enable. So Ways and Means has taken a very good bill and made it better, and I ask you to support OTPA.
Motion before us is ought to pass with amendment. Who requested the roll call? It is sufficiently second. This will be a roll call vote. House will be in order. The motion before us is ought to pass on with amendment on House Bill 639 FNA. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Spilsbury for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the time is long past due to allow a legal private enterprise in cannabis and cannabis products to develop successfully in the state of New Hampshire, subject to appropriate regulation and taxation, would I now press the green button to support the OTPA motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is ought to pass with amendment. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 272 voting yea, 109 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Representative Beth Richard declared a conflict of interest and did not participate. We are now on bills removed from consent. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 269 FN, an act relative to limiting the authority of New Hampshire delegates to policy-making conventions. Having considered the same, report the same, the following amendment, and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Joe Sweeney for the committee. The amendment is 0752H, printed in House Record 18, page 30. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Carey. Carey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and honored colleagues. I rise in opposition of the committee ought to pass for 3 reasons. First of all, I understand the frustration that we have with our federal government. And I understand the want of some for term limits and spending limits. But I do not believe opening up our Constitution is the way to resolve these problems. There are other ways. Secondly, we don't have term limits ourselves, and before we begin mandating them for others, we should think about it for ourselves, because quite frankly, many of you in this room with whom I serve might not be here if we limited ourselves. Finally, the voters hold the authority to limit our terms, to vote on what is spent, and we need to honor our Constitution and leave it alone. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
Sure.
I'm assuming that's a yes.
I thank the member for yielding. Is it fair to say this is a very similar bill to the other 2 Article 5 constitutional conventions this body has already defeated?
Yes, it's very similar to many constitutional convention bills we have already defeated. And no disrespect to those who worked hard on these bills, this one is a little like putting the cart before the horse. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm afraid I think that the last statement here was incorrect. So this bill came to us from the State and Federal Relations Committee. It previously was voted by everyone in this House on consent. All we did in the Finance Committee was look at the dollar amounts in the bill. It included a $100 per diem for legislative members participating in such conventions. We decided that was inappropriate, and we removed that. That's what you just did with the amendment. The bill itself is totally unlike the resolutions that were previously proposed to call for such a convention. This bill only says what would happen if such a convention was called, in the sense that who would go and how would they be chosen and things like that. So this is prospective legislation that I don't think has much effect, so passing it or not passing it probably doesn't make much of a difference, but it is completely different from the previous such bills about Article 5 conventions, which were specifically calling for such conventions. This has nothing to do with any particular type of convention or content of convention or anything like that. It's strictly about procedure, who would go, how would they be chosen, that sort of thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 269. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us ought to pass as amended on House Bill 269. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Aaron for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this body recently rejected HCR 1 and HCR 4, the Convention of States and Term Limits applications asking Congress to call a convention, and if I also know that HB 269 is just another sales pitch for those rejected applications, and if I further know, Mr. Speaker, that delegate bills have nothing to do with selecting and controlling delegates to an Article 5 convention, and everything to do with securing votes on those applications, and lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know that convention delegates, as sovereign representatives of the people, have the inherent right to alter or to abolish our form of government or write a new constitution as expressed by the Declaration of Independence, paragraph 2, and that they have more power than state legislatures and Congress combined, making it such that no one legislative bill or state law has power over the delegates, making delegate bills like this useless for their stated purpose, would I then, Mr. Speaker, press the red button to vote to overturn the OTP motion and keep these Article 5 convention applications out of New Hampshire law and allow another motion to be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McGuire, Dan McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this is simply prospective legislation, would I now push the green button to support the unanimous work of the State and Federal Relations Committee when they studied this policy and put it on consent? Thank you.
The motion before us ought to pass as amended on House Bill 269. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 202 voting yea, 183 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 445 FN, Act relative to the operational funds of OPLC, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. So Jordan Ulery for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Carol McGuire for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to table House Bill 445, and I like the division vote.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 445. FN, are you ready for the question?
You can ask an inquiry of the chair. You can inquire of the chair. You can inquire of the chair. You can't ask her a question.
Oh, I can't ask for a question.
The motion before... Oh, a division has been requested by Representative McGuire. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. motion before us is to table House Bill 445FN. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Carol McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this section of law has appeared in at least 4 bills this year, and if I know that we have established the House policy, and if I also know that there is one of the Senate bills on the same topic that will be leaving ED&A shortly to visit the Ways and Means Committee, and if I know that that bill will establish the House policy, would I not press the green button and table this bill to avoid duplication?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 445FN. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 378 voting yea, 6 voting nay. House Bill 445 is laid on the table. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for a third reading motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, that all titles of bills be the same as adopted and that they be passed at the present time. And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. We still have things to do. Question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House will attend to announcements. Chair recognizes Representative Houle.
Thank you. I'll make this really quick. Many of our friends and families, their daughters, are attending proms and formal dances. I learned of something that was going on in downtown Manchester that was captured by WMUR this past weekend as well, and it has to do with something called Missy's Closet. I don't know the owners. I have no personal connection to them, but I think their vision is awesome. They allow people to effectively borrow out dresses for the proms to save people money. It is a great thing they are doing. It is located in the TJ Maxx Plaza on South Willow Street. There's only a couple of days it's open each weekend. You can find out information online, but it's a great idea to help families who can't afford dresses and whose daughters might want to attend a prom or a formal dance and don't have the means to do so. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for announcement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, given that it's April 6th, I want to wish you all a happy Tartan Day. This is our Scottish Day. Normally, historically, we have celebrated it, but we'll wait till next year for that event. But even more exciting is that it is not even 3:30 yet. So we might actually beat the Senate to the auto dealers' annual event in which they invite us. This is very unusual that we get out so early, so don't want to miss this. You might actually get the shrimp because the Senate won't be there yet. So please go to where are we going? It's the Holiday Inn. Be there.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we had an exorbitant amount of paper in our seat pockets. We have brought up extra recycling bins that are in the anteroom. So please on your way out, please dispose of that paper in the recycling bins. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative McCarter for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, everybody. I know it's been a long day. I won't take too much of your time. I know a lot of you, but not all of you. My name is Nikki McCarter, and I'm from Belknap County, Belmont, and I'm an alcoholic. I have been one for nearly all of my adult life, with sporadic periods of sobriety. When I thought about running for office, I wanted to bring a conservative voice to Concord to represent the constituents in District 8. I asked myself lots of questions. How can I make this work with my job, my family, my dogs, whatever? You all have the same things to juggle. The most important, perhaps the only question I should have asked myself was, how will this affect my sobriety? Well, it did, and it was a big fail. 2 weeks ago, I acknowledged the very familiar, unforgiving, stormy sea I was swimming in again. I reached out for help and was admitted to Liberty Health Services in Derry. The staff were very kind, competent, and efficient. I left there with a toolbox full of tools and a renewed confidence to do the job I was elected to do. I want to express my sincere apologies for missing many important pieces of legislation, especially HB 10. I've heard a lot about that from my constituents. The words of encouragement and prayers meant a lot, so thank you to those who reached out to me. Gratitude is difficult to maintain when your life feels full of troubles. I now look every day and find some, and I'm grateful to be here with all of you today. In closing, I'd like to share a little story about gratitude. A blind boy sat on the steps of a building with a hat by his feet. He held up a sign which read, "I am blind, please help." There were only a few coins in the hat, spare change from folks as they hurried past. A man was walking by. He took a few coins from his pocket, dropped them in the hat. He then took the sign. He turned it over and wrote some words, put it back in the boy's hand, and walked away. That way everyone who walked by would see the new words. Soon the hat began to fill up. A lot more people were giving money to the blind boy. That afternoon, the man returned to see how things were going. The little boy recognized the footsteps and asked, "Were you the one who changed my sign this morning? What does it say?" The man said, "I only wrote the truth. I said what you said, just in a different way. I wrote, 'Today is a beautiful day, but I cannot see it.'" Both signs spoke the truth. The first simply said the boy was blind. The second conveyed to everyone walking by how grateful they should be. I'm very grateful to be here today, and I see a lot of things that I've been ignoring for a long time. So if you or someone you know is struggling with any kind of an addiction, there is a lot of help out there. You can start simply by dialing 211, which is what I did. Asking for and accepting help is amazing. Sobriety is a superpower, not a defect. Time to take off my mask and put on my cape. Thank you.
Without objection, the remarks will be printed. Chair recognizes Representative Heath Howard for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable representatives. I understand that we have had a long day, so I will be brief. For those of you who are unaware, the Restrict Act, or United States Senate Bill 686, is legislation that goes against New Hampshire's ideals and violates the First and Fourth Amendment. The bill is focused on tackling the issue of data theft, which is a problem, but this legislation would punish the individual user instead of punishing the perpetrator. This is not justice, and it would only serve authoritarian purposes. Banning people from accessing or attempting to access data originating from another country, no matter what country that is it does not necessarily mean that it is done so maliciously. The bill fails to provide any sort of national security or privacy protection and does not establish any sort of data right. Instead, the Secretary of Commerce would be able to regulate apps like websites, VPNs, and entire companies, just to name a few, all in closed-door meetings with limited input from the people. Hardware like certain brands of cell phones or computers would become illegal, and software that people use every day would become a felonious act. For example, I'm talking about Lenovo laptops and apps like ExpressVPN, which would be doubly illegal because it would allow you to bypass the ban. These are everyday products that you would not think about twice and would continue to use if they were not subject to a ban. Enforcement of this policy would allow officers to inspect, search, detain, seize, or impose temporary denial orders with respect to items in any form or conveyances on which it is believed their items to have been, are being, or are imported into the United States in violation of this act or any other applicable federal law. This is an obvious trampling of our Fourth Amendment right under the claim that it is necessary for national security. The ACLU has voiced its concern over the First Amendment problems with implementing this legislation and how banning apps could silence the public because, quote, if the Secretary uses this newfound power to ban apps like TikTok or other communication platforms without evidence of overwhelming or imminent harm, it would violate the freedom of expression. I hope you will join me in contacting Senator Shaheen and Senator Hassan in voicing your concern over this dangerous act. Thank you.
Before we read the final motion, I just want to say how proud I am of this body. Nobody can remember the last time that we passed the budget bipartisan as we have today. And I think you all deserve one hell of a thank you for this accomplishment. Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of the introduction of bills, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bill reports, vacate motions, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House is in recess to call of the chair.